Hi, welcome to the channel. My name is Carl Goblin. This is our horror goblin cave, and this week we'll be doing one-shots of the same Call of Cthulhu adventure where we've been mixing up the cast and putting our normal characters into the 1920s. Just a preamble, just like the views expressed and the attitudes expressed in these shows are not the attitudes of the channel. We don't support them. They're not the attitudes of the cast members either. This is the attitudes of the 1920s. It was a very different era, less enlightened, less woke. So we're in character. We're exploring this as a horror and a historical exploration of the setting. Just want to make that sure and out there. So we're going to move into everybody. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Hello.
So we have a little bit of a mix here today. We have a couple of people from the couple of our cast members from the Children of the Marsh with Fox and Typo. I was going to say Explosion, but Typo. We have Mr. Live Producer, and So will be here, or Peach will be here, hopefully soon, just doing some birthday party stuff with family from the Rusty Daggers, and Nick has joined us from the Goblins, and I pity everybody because of that. I really wanted Nick to be with yesterday's show with Edric, but it's like to have the two clerics that are so opposite. It didn't happen. But anyway. Yeah, we'll do our introductions. I'll give a little bit of what's going on, and we'll get into the preambles and get into the adventure. So, Arcade, Fox, who are you? What do you do?
I'm Fox, and essentially I've been playing D&D on live shows, and I've got another one coming up that just got announced, so I gotta tweet that out. But yeah, that's what I do, and I am bringing back a good old favorite of Ander. It's not going to cause trauma at all.
Not for me.
The Explosia.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Typo?
Oh. Hello, everybody. Typo here. Hope you're enjoying yourself this wonderful evening. I'm going to be playing Explosialulu, the bundle of fuzz, the explosion of rainbows and cotton candy that is this little, well, not noble girl this time, but philanthropist, still on her daddy's payroll.
Okay. We don't have Peach at the moment, but Peach will be playing when she does turn up. We'll be playing Sue, not So, but Sue, the con woman, who is probably not as much as pretty much what So was. I don't know how it's going to be, but I'm looking forward to having her in because she hasn't been here for a while. Nick.
Hello, I am Nick. Actually, Jabba Snatch, the blind priest now, or technically secret cultist, secret worshiper of Baba Gugan / Demogorgon / don't know what it's going to be in this except probably just freaking Cthulhu now, I guess.
I will say Baba Gugan was mentioned on an early episode. Of course, it was the Goblins episode. Yep, they're going to do things like that. And lastly, for our group, Mr. Live Producer.
Mr. Live Producer, I travel around the country shooting MMA and combat sports. I also live stream and do Beat Saber on stream. And today I'll be playing the accountant, Caleb. So keep your taxes in order, and I'll try to keep in this accent all show long. But I'll probably fail.
Yeah.
I did forget to say, I am the humane pest control, not the human pest control, which I had to double take on the first time I saw it.
Which I
This
actually
from column A, or this one from column B?
It was a misspell when I first typed it out. It's humane, yes.
Do not worry, Caleb. My voice is just as hard to do for me.
Oh, great.
Yep. Welcome to Explosia. This is normal. So, usually, like in this scenario, we do need a detective, because everyone is working for a detective agency. This is probably the group which I could not find a detective. So I would need to have, like, from everybody who's going to be the detective, like the main person of the agents, or just lackeys, just sent to do something from the agency.
Explosia could be the detective, or like hiring a bunch of smucks to be the detective, like to go on this case. Like, oh no, there's a problem. Don't worry, I'll solve it. Here's some money, here's some money, here's some money. Let's go solve a mystery, guys.
That could see work.
But up to you guys.
I am okay with
Pretty
that.
sure I'm just going to be the homeless lunatic raving about strange demons and beasts, and might have been a witness to whatever is going on. Witness, as in I don't have eyes. They've been
Yes.
clawed out.
Yes.
You seem like you know plenty about this sort of thing.
I know
Here.
everything. I've seen it. I've seen it all.
In making the characters, Nick with Jabba has the highest Cthulhu mythos and occult from anyone all week. Actually, and the one thing about having Cthulhu mythos and learning more about Cthulhu and what's going on and the real hidden world is that your sanity's maximum level also drops by the amount that you learn. So that's a thing. I thought it might, like, if Peach was here, having the con woman could have been also fun, but thinking Jessica Jones style, but less violence.
Yeah.
But having Explosia being the detective, or at least the detective, the in name
Wait
only.
a minute, I hired a fourth person. Where is she?
So I just wanted to see what the group's idea of who wanted to be it. In other shows, it was kind of obvious who was going to be probably taking that role, so we already had it in the overlays. Now, we are playing Call of Cthulhu, so which means our donations are going to be a little bit different. We're not just donating dice for an attack roll or saving throw or a skill check. Everything's done by skill checks. And so what we're doing with our donation rolls is that you're donating luck. And everyone's going to need as much luck as we can, because it's a Call of Cthulhu campaign. You either die, or you go insane, or you do both. And not always in that order, which is, not always in the order you think, I should say. So with the donations, what we're doing this week is every donation which is not hashtagged for a certain person, a certain character, that everybody gets the donation. So the first donation starts with D4, goes up to D6, D8, D10, D12, and if it goes past D12, everybody loses sanity. And then restarts again. If you specifically donate to a certain person or character, then that person gets double. So instead of getting the first D4, you'll get a D8. So it helps out, and the luck roll, or the luck points that everyone's going to be getting, is actually kind of important. So if someone needs an item for a specific task during the game, they can burn a luck point, not spend, but actually burn it, doesn't come back, and say, oh, I needed this, and they pull it out and say, I remembered to pack that, etc. So if you want a gun, well, you also might need to spend some on bullets as well. So that's actually just a lie, total lie. But the idea is there that if you need something, then you need to spend your luck to use that. Also, if you just missed a roll, then you can spend your luck points just to tip the luck in your favour and make that roll. Or if you have succeeded in the roll, you can make that roll just a little bit further, a little bit better, by moving into a harder success or an extreme success, which sometimes have some really good benefits. So that's kind of how we're doing the luck this week, and it's a bit different, but it works for everybody and works for the system a lot more. On top of that, we're using Syrinscape, sci-fi for one of the rare times we actually get to play with the sci-fi audios. The Syrinscape's amazing. The sci-fi version has a lot more Call of Cthulhu, a lot more modern, has modern stuff, and also has, of course, sci-fi stuff, ship battles, laser blasters, all that. But has the Mask of Nyarlathotep, the Mask of Nyarlathotep full campaign, if you're running that, which is really amazing. We're also going to be using a familiar sound set from the fantasy one as well. Some of you may have heard it before. I think some of the cast members, except for Nick, I don't think, Nick, you're the only one that I haven't played this sound set for. So it'd be nice to have a new victim for that one. And it really does change the mood. So having audio really changes the mood for a play and for a scene, and I think it's just really, really amazing. And that's why we use it. So before we start, because I've forgotten for every other show, what we need to do is roll our initial luck. We need to at least start from somewhere. So what we need is a 3d6 roll from everybody to at least have a baseline for how much luck everybody has. Normally, when doing a full campaign, that will be a 3d6 times 5. In this case, we're doing a one shot, so we're not going to be blowing through like a 60 or 70. Just going through this. Oh wow, Jabba's got 17. That's the highest all week.
Oh
no,
that's not what we
me.
want.
That's me.
Oh, sorry, no. Fox has got that. I saw Jabba and I saw the 17 too close. Yes. Okay. 5's not been the lowest. 4 has been the lowest.
7.
Okay, so that's not too bad.
Also, 17 luck on Ander? I don't think so.
Yes, Andrew, let's go split the party.
Yeah.
Go split the party gets torn apart by werewolves immediately.
Too soon. Too soon. Also, that would traumatize you.
There we go.
I mean,
Okay.
it would.
So 10.
Thank
There you go. We start our... Well, we don't start our scene, but we start the scenario without a scene. Because otherwise I get questioned and like it will take an hour. As a part of a detective agency, or those that work freelance or at least loosely with that detective agency, a landlord, a Mr. Knott, has asked you to examine an old house in central Boston at 31 Chelton Avenue or Chelton Street, known as the Corbett House. Former tenants, the Macario family, were involved in a tragedy, and the owner wishes to understand the mysteries of what happened. The owner wishes to understand the mysterious happenings at the house, and set the matter straight. Mr. Knott has been unable to rent the house since the tragedy, and hopes that you can clear things up and restore its good name. He offers to reimburse you $25 in cash as a cash advance, and asks you to clear the matters up within 24 hours because he's relisting tomorrow. Knowing your jobs, you will want to conduct some research before you head to the house. You could check the old newspaper articles you could check out the Boston Globe. You could find old newspaper articles in the Central Library, or go to the Hall of Records. The choice is yours.
Okay. So wait, I'm sorry, what were the choices again? The Hall of Records, the library, and what?
Or the Boston Globe.
Okay.
Newspaper.
No, I don't say this lightly, but I think we should split up and increase our search efficiency. Or go to all of them. What do you guys think? Looks left, looks right.
Well,
I'll go to the library because that's where you hide the records.
Interesting theory. I thought they would have hid the records at the record place. But I like your spunk.
I mean, I'm not the greatest at reading.
Let's see. Based upon these options, which one do I like? What kind of information is likely to be found in each? I guess.
Well,
Boston Globe.
Hey, Nida, welcome in. So the Boston Globe. So you'd find, if you can get your way in, you might be able to find news like articles which were never released into the newspapers. If you could, if you could persuade your way to get access to certain things like that, the actual library itself might have stuff on the area, or actually have a collection of previous newspapers. The Hall of Records may have the listings of official records, birth, deaths, marriages, things like that for the location.
I mean, I could maybe get us into, the Boston Globe. Just say, because I deal with pests all the time. I can just, walk in and be like, I got a call for a pest. I gotta exterminate.
I think we should go to the Hall of Records first, and then split up, going to the Boston Globe and Central Library, perhaps. Because I feel like the Hall of Records will give us a good starting point, and then Boston Globe and Central Library will be our dig deeper kind of thing. What do you guys think? Sound good?
I am a blind old man, and I have this cane. Where are we going?
We're going to the library. I'm sure you love the library. Wait. Looks
I
at your
can't
eyes.
read. I don't have eyes.
I'm
But
sure
you
they have
can, and
something
you can
in
tell
red.
me stories on the way. Let's go. Which direction are we walking in? As I head towards the road, and there's like a carriage.
Nope. Explosive runs and just like tackles you to the ground. Okay, Hall of Records. This way, guys.
Why isn't that working?
Yeah.
Caleb, do you want to go to the Hall of Records, or do you want to split off to go to the library?
I'll come with you to the Hall of Records, then I'll switch off to the library after that.
Okay.
Right. So Hall of Records is the place to go at the moment. Okay. So you head to the Hall of Records, and the Hall of Records is essentially the council building and the courthouses, and it's a public access, so you can go in through there. You can access the records. They do explain that no altering of the records, no copying or damaging the records, or substituting other records into the location.
Okay.
And no eating paper. Darn it.
That would also be no eating. I was really hoping they didn't send you to the library. Because that's a thing. So
Okay.
the Hall of Records, how it works is essentially a library use check, and it's going to take you about, searching through, it's going to take you about a third of your day to find things on what you're looking for.
Okay. I guess I could help. I have library use.
Mm-hmm.
Are you all doing library
read-
uses, or you?
No, Anders not, because he gets bored reading really fast. And it's just like, no, I can't.
Is there a help mechanic?
A help mechanic? There is, but you think that if you in this circumstance, it may be better to have separate, because you may have different things that are picked up.
Okay.
So
Oh,
if someone
I'll
helps you, you're still only getting one. If you have two people doing separate, you may get two separate.
Okay.
If you understand.
Yeah. Okay. I will I'll grab the old man and be babysitting him more than having him help, I guess.
I was gonna say, I have 20 next to the library use, but can I use it because I am blind and can't read?
I put that down as Braille.
Oh, okay. I can read Braille.
Wait, I've got it. 1 second, I know how to help you. Exposito like struts over to this random person, like, excuse me, can you help us real quick?
Yes. What can I do for you?
My blind, ugly grandfather over here. What gestures to Jabba?
Mm-hmm.
He's unable to read, but he needs to find some information. Could you help him?
I don't actually work here. Would you like? I think you should go to the front counter and ask for, and speak to the staff.
That sounds like a marvelous idea. I don't know why I grabbed you, random person.
You
goes over,
said
same
random
talk.
person.
I did. I go over, same exact conversation.
Yes.
Emphasis on ugly.
Well, we can help you searching for things if that's what you're looking for. We don't have anything on Braille. The records are not kept like that.
I know. Can I ask you to read for him a little bit?
Read for your friend. We're not a library. We're the Hall of Records.
Explosive
We
gives
don't
puppy
have story
dog
time.
eyes. He's an old
We're
man.
doing an official investigation, lady or woman. I'm saying, like, looking in her opposite direction. This is very important. She is my aide because I can't see the paper. And if your fault you don't have Braille, I need somebody to read it to me. I say, like, my back completely turned, pointing at, like, some light post or something.
Explosive just gestures to the old man like, see, he's helpless. You need to help him.
But can't you not, like, can't you read to the...
I'll be searching as well. It's a very important business.
I'm sorry, but...
Of course, I have this $5 bill I was given for this, and I'd be willing to give it to you if you would help for just a little while.
Okay, so you're just as a point out, you're offered like $25 as payment for the gig. $5 bill is very expensive.
Yeah.
Like that's a fifth of your entire payment for this work for everybody.
Oh yeah, Explosive is doing this non-Prada.
Shit.
She paid the other people, and she was like, I have a $5 bill. I guess I'll just use this for expenses. Here you go, expenses.
So can I get a what do you want to roll with? Persuasion, charm?
Persuasion or credit rating, your choice.
It's up to you. Like it's not my. It's how you.
If
want
I'm going to
play.
do credit rating, it's the 60, so I'll go with that then.
Mm-hmm.
The other one's 45 still, though. Nope.
You don't think the city officials? I mean, it is part of the courthouse model. You think like as you're starting, there's like, I'm sorry, but we're not allowed to take money from. We're not allowed to take bribes. We don't, and that's how she's starting. Are you going to try to push the roll and go do something else, or are you going to just let that slide? Pushing rolls have consequences.
Explosive puts her hands up in the air. I understand completely. I am sorry for insulting you. I do apologize. And she like bows.
Backs into bookshelf.
Okay, Grandpa. Please stop. No showing on the paper, Grandpa. Come back.
This smells nice. I'm about to rip a piece of paper out.
Okay, I guess just library check then.
And Anders just gonna be sitting next to Java and just being like, I get it. I don't like reading them either. I guess eating them's probably a better way to go about it.
Okay.
Delicious and nutritious. In my time, we didn't have food. We had to survive off dirt and tree bark.
I mean,
what time is it?
I know the nature. Tree bark's amazing. You can use it for so many things.
Well, this is all going
Don't use it to
on.
wipe your butt, though. Very scratchy.
Well,
That's
this
fair.
is going on.
Fair.
Caleb's just grabbing a book and just going to start doing library bits.
Okay. Can we
He's
have a
trying
library?
to. He's trying to just go. I don't know these people. I don't know these people.
And a fail.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Oh,
And another
Fair
fail.
enough, great.
I I think we should push.
Nope. Oh,
Who's going to push? And how are you going to push it?
How do I push it? How?
It's more of a case of how than anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What could Explosia do to push this?
defeated by
Everybody, I
like
did different
by the
person.
world of records. That's impressive.
I know. Explosia begins like moving papers faster and faster and faster as she just starts rifling through this. Like, nope, that's not useful. That's not useful. And she's starting to like get to the point where she's throwing it to the side if it's not what she wants. So if she fails, it just might start to draw attention.
But what role?
At a certain point.
It's got to be a different role.
Oh?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
it's gotta be
the
a different
idea.
role?
A different approach.
I see.
Okay. Idea for me if it went around to me.
I mean, just throwing out what you were saying, I could see the word appraise because you are sitting there
No.
and
I
looking
have a
at
5. I cannot appraise to save my life. I can only throw money at people.
But it makes sense because you're looking at what is in front of you and is it worth it? No.
Okay. Explosia is going to like start thinking like, okay, maybe they're hiding it somewhere else, and she's going to start snooping around to see if like it's been put somewhere else, and she might risk running into like one of the back rooms on accident in her search for like, okay, it's clearly not, the information I'm looking for is clearly not here. It's got to be somewhere though, right? So would that be spot hidden?
So you're going to try a spot hidden instead
Yeah.
by going through
Detective.
other places. And okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
By going into
Maybe
the
somebody
staff
has it.
only
Look
area.
it up. Fail. Ah. Darn it.
This would have been the first time someone's been kicked out of the a research place. I mean,
I
damn.
know.
So you're at the Hall of Records. You find at a different section of the Hall of Records the court documents. You think that's weird to find court documents, but you find the address listed in the court document, a civil court record that shows that the executor of Walter Corbett's will was Reverend Michael Thomas, pastor pastor of the Chapel of Contemplation, Church of Our Lord, Granter of Secrets. And you also find a address for that church.
Okay, can you type that name out?
Yeah, it's a nice.
It's a doozy.
Yeah.
I want to break, normally in a vest you would have a pocket watch, but I have a mouse. Want to break it out and show Jabba, even though Jabba can't see. And just be like, hey, do you see?
Yeah.
I
So you should have access to that now.
mouse. His name's Jerry. He sits right here with me.
Hello, Jerry. And I'm like petting a stool. You feel very rough.
That is not Jerry. That is not Jerry. Jerry is follow my voice.
Where's your voice? They had hearing aids, but they don't. So it's like that little metal horn. So I'm like putting the horn in my ear, trying to find you. Keep talking. I'll find you eventually.
Oh boy.
Like tapping my thing around. Is this you? Tapping the side of a bookshelf. Oh, no. That's a piece of wood.
Well, all right.
It's been eating his fiber.
Yep.
Explosive pops back with the information.
Okay, I've got the lead, boys. And nope, you're all boys. Definitely boys.
She explains the Walter Corbett's will was read off by Reverend Michael Thomas, and that the church that he was a pastor of closed in 1912. So that's some information we can go off of now.
It's
Ooh.
now 1920s though.
Yes. So
That was like 8 years ago.
how would we go
Also-
about finding this man?
Explosia. You didn't.
Mhm.
Not to be rude. You brought a blind person with us. They can't find people.
That's incredibly insensitive. Everybody knows that blind people have like echolocation.
There's a just like listen to like the thump of like.
He's right. As I put my metal horn to my ear again, I hear very well with this horn now. I'm like towards like whatever some other door or object. Are we ready to go yet? Did you find anything?
Yes, we did. We found a lead.
Perfect. You explodes here are far easier to hear than everyone else for some reason.
Caleb's just trying to make any sense of the book he's picked up, and he's just going. He's not used to not being able to find stuff in his books.
Yeah.
He's like,
So, question: How would we find this Walter Corbett? No, not Corbett. Reverend Michael Thomas. Now.
You could probably do some more searching here, or you could. But there was only a reference of the fact that he was the executor of the will, and also there was such and such church, and that the church has been subsequently closed. That's all you found.
I look over to Caleb like, we may need to find this guy.
And that's a third of your research time.
Yeah.
So we're in the Hall of Records. Caleb will head to the library to try to find information about Reverend Michael Thomas, because there's always a paper trail.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll split off from the party.
Yeah.
I'll split off from the party to go to the library, and then probably the rest can go to the newspaper to try to find out from the newspaper if anything's how to chase that from there.
Okay.
How's that sound
All
for
right.
plan?
All right.
Sounds like a plan.
Explosia. I think we can do this.
I believe we can too.
Right. So I'm going to let my mouse friend Jerry loose in there. And then I'm going to act as the guy. Well, I am the humane pest control around here. So I can get us in, and then you guys find all the documents.
If I was a different person, I'd say that plan is stupid. But you know what I think?
She like grabs the side of your face.
I think it's just crazy enough to work.
All right. Let's do it. And
I'm not crazy. Who said I was crazy?
who's taking Jabba?
Everyone.
Come on,
Walks
Grandpa,
up
you're
to
coming
Jabba,
with us.
pushes it through.
All right.
Through to the Explodia. It's yours. Just walks off.
So you go
All
off
right.
alone. You don't want to go to anywhere near Jabba.
Nope.
Okay.
He eats my books. I like my books.
So we'll
All
deal
right.
we'll deal with the person going alone first, because
Yep.
it's always great to split the party.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that right, Fox? Or should I say, isn't that right, Ander?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It worked out wonderful. No one knows what actually happened. It's fine.
Yep. Okay, so you're going to the library, which
Yep.
is a large, impressive white building, stolen Roman architecture. It's essentially it's ripped off heritage from some other culture. There's books everywhere. There's newspaper articles. There's lots of different resources you can go through. It's a very quiet space, though. So this is all about your library research and how bad you are at it.
Caleb's happy space. All right, so let's do the library use first.
Mm-hmm. So you're searching through everything, and you just can't find anything of where you are. And by the end of like a couple of hours, you realize you're not even in the right section. Do you want to try to push that roll in a different way?
I'll push it with accounting because trying to find records on the person now doesn't work, but Caleb understands that everyone needs money, and there might be some records about taxation. Okay. However, if he doesn't, all he's going to come up with is a big fat goose egg, and walks out of the library in disgust, going, "Fine, I'm out of here."
Yep.
How's that work?
Well, right. do your accounting roll instead.
I am going to close my eyes and hopefully I get right. Caleb stands up through and goes, with the hands under the table, frustrated, goes like this and just walks out. Going, "You should have had the Dewey Decimal System and stuff," crying out loud, and just walks out. Completely frustrated.
Yep.
Kicking a can and going, looking in his hand, going, what the hell is going wrong? I'm getting old. A blind person could do better than this. Oh, wait, I know a blind person. Just walks off.
That takes... You're not allowed back into the library from that.
Not for at least a couple of days.
Yeah. Not after that outburst.
Caleb, what's it that you do?
I'm an accountant. Caleb's an accountant. He's having very, very bad luck. Very bad luck.
He's the one that does have library use in this group. and very bad luck, unfortunately. So, at the Boston Globe, there is... at the entrance to the Boston Globe is quite impressive. There's a large desk. I'll actually get the bits pieces up here. Fox starts explaining to Jerry, explaining that Jerry can distract him and have a... Okay. I'll just leave all that out. You can do that. Okay. So, the Boston Globe newspaper office is a bustling hive of activities. Phones constantly ringing, and in the background, typewriters clacking away. The front desk is large and overbearing, built to display opulence. Above the desk is the large Boston Globe logo, and behind the desk sits a young red-haired woman taking a break from the ringing phones to address you. On her name tag is Flo. Yes, can I be any assistance to you?
While she's talking to us, I want to discreetly let Jerry down onto the ground so he can start running around.
This is just the reception.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Just to get us into the door. So, I want him, like, at the first chance he gets beyond the reception to continue going.
Okay, we'll see how this plans out. What's the other approach that's going to be happening? She's asking you, what can we do for you?
What did you say? It's very loud in here. Can you repeat that?
I said, what can I do for you? Do you have a story for us? Are you working for us? Are you freelance?
Explosia! What is she saying? I can't hear her.
She is saying that you're a wonderful person. Also, she's
how nice! Tell your grandmother I said hi.
Also, she's asking if why we're here.
Do you have
why were we here again? Where are we?
I think we were here to look up stuff about the Reverend, right? That's what you were talking about.
Yes, we were looking up scoops for the Reverend. And, I've got an idea.
Okay, she looks at you and are like, okay, if you want to go stealth mode, go ahead.
All right.
And she's going to also help run distraction of, okay.
Well,
would this be stealth or animal handling to let Jerry down?
That'll be stealth.
Okay. We are going for that. Oh. Oh.
It's not just me with the bucket up die.
Yeah, it's not just you.
Throw the rat at her.
As you pull out a rat and she sees you, Why do you have a rat? What are you doing? What are you doing here?
Oh, I'm pest control.
And you carry around a rat with you?
Well, yeah. He's a trained rat. He's trained to find other pests. It's fine.
Look, do you have an appointment? Why are you here?
Well, we are here
quite
because
busy.
he was talking about finding articles. Did you not
We're
hear
not
what
the
she
library.
said?
Yes, I do believe I can help. I can clarify some things for us. We are here looking for some information upon
She mentions the house that we've been told to investigate.
we were looking if you had any old reports that haven't been published about this house. Also, we were just curious if you knew anything about perhaps a Reverend Michael Thomas.
I just answer the phones and direct them and send people to the appointments. Do you want an appointment with the editor? Maybe he can.
Yes, we
maybe he can
believe
let
a
you into
mystery
the
is
morgue.
afoot.
And she says maybe he can let you into the morgue if you're investigating something.
Okay.
And don't really know what the morgue is, but it sounds a bit weird to have a morgue in a newspaper office.
Explosive is literally thinking it's a mausoleum.
So she makes an appointment. It's like, would you like directions to the to his office?
She nods.
And she gives you directions to, say, 3rd floor and the directions around where to go. And she does ask for you to just put the rat back in to where you were keeping it. We don't want anything happening. Don't want any scares in the office.
I put the
Third
rat.
floor! I'm going to break my leg climbing up all these stairs. I wish there was an invention that could just lift us up past these floors. That would be incredible.
We have
But
an
don't mind me,
elevator.
just talking to myself.
We have an elevator. They're not that new. We had one installed. It's okay.
Would she say explosives? I'm walking up to what I think is a stair, but it's just some sort of box.
They're talking about one of those incredibly dangerous contraptions, those elevators.
They're not that old.
I just stick the rat back in my pocket, but his head's still sticking out.
Elevators were actually considered extremely dangerous until they did a
Yeah.
live demonstration to test like the in case something happens mechanic that stops them from falling.
And I know exactly how that works too. It's brilliant physics how it works. But either way, so you are let into. We'll open up the next thing. Not that one. This one. There we go. So, the editor-in-chief is the. Why am I in the wrong place? No, that's the one. So, the editor-in-chief, Artie Wilmot, his office has a large overbearing desk with papers stacked all over the place. It looks like he's a very busy man. The phone keeps on ringing, but he ignores it while you're in the room. There's a large plush leather couch opposite his desk, with some other seats in the room, and yeah, and just yeah. And yeah. So, what can I do for you? I'm quite busy. Why are you taking up all my time?
We're looking for information upon.
Explosive says the house and the man again.
And I'm supposed to know that?
Wondering if you had any old articles that we could look through. Also, we're doing an investigation. We believe something terrible is afoot.
If you're doing an investigation, that's what we do. We have reporters for that.
Exactly.
Why should we
But do you
share
have-
our information
you
with
have
someone else's
detectives?
reporters?
Because we're detectives.
But you're not our detectives. You don't work for us. Why are we sharing our details with you?
Because I'm not a newspaper. If I
But you're
find out this
working for one,
information, I'll
aren't
give
you?
it to you.
You're working for a newspaper, aren't you? You're working for another newspaper.
Do I look like I need to work for anything?
No, it looks like you do this to
Everybody
spend your
works for
husband's
her.
money.
She's the one with the money.
I don't
Yeah.
have a husband. I spend my father's money.
Yeah, I'm just the local pest control guy. She hired me for some reason.
Just like a sweat drop on Explosia's back, like, yeah. Maybe don't say it that way.
Because an old rented property might have pests in it, and she wouldn't want to go in alone.
Well, I mean, yeah.
And she says, well, I'm not just going to let you into our morgue to rummage through our old files. There you go.
Let's see. Is there anything I could do to convince you?
Well, how are you going to do the convincing? Are you going to try a charm, a fast talk, or persuade, intimidate?
You know what? Let's just roll the natural charm.
What's
Can I
the
roll
technique?
appearance?
There's a charm.
Okay.
There is a charm stat.
Okay. In that case, I'm just going to roll persuasion then. I'd
Yeah.
like to try to convince this man that we will we'll get the story and give you the scoop. All we need. I am a new investigator looking to get in on the ground floor, and you know what? You could make it big with this.
So you realise that
So
your
is that
charm
okay?
stat isn't that high.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering how the heck to use appearance.
No. The characteristics, like the attributes, like those stats don't really come into as much.
Yeah. Apparently, it's supposed to be like what, first impressions or something, but
You can have that as a dice roll, but
persuade then.
persuade if that's the technique you try.
I don't want to walk.
There's so many failed rolls. Oh my god. Would you like to use some of your luck to pass that roll? Only 3. Or would you like to push your luck and try a different technique?
Seeing that this has failed, I default to the backup strategy of throwing wads of cash at this man.
So you're not going to spend luck.
That's luck.
Yes.
Throwing cash is
No,
luck.
you can just spend luck. If you're going
No,
to
I will not
use-
spend luck. I'm saving my luck right now. I will push my luck.
This is going to be a very short episode, boys and girls.
Okay. If I fail, I just beam this man with the head with a brick of cash, and then realize, oh shit.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're going to try to, well, you're pushing your roll by changing tactic to try to bribe him to get access to his files
Yeah.
with your credit rating. You have mentioned that you spend your father's money.
Yeah. So let's see. Nope. I just throw a wad of cash at this man.
Can the person who exploded just threw the cash at man get like a knocked out for at least 5 minutes?
No, that's a zero fail. This is a. Look, I don't have
Love
time.
this.
We don't take bribes here. Get out! I'm going to call security. And he reaches down and picks up his phone and starts dialing security.
Oh no, not again!
May I try and sleight of hand to get the cash back?
You can, but it was thrown at him, so you're not going to get much if you even get. Like I'm thinking a throwing loose cash and exploding all over the place, so you're getting some of it. As you
That is okay. I want to try it.
yeah.
Oh no, I didn't.
Nope. Just grabbed around the back of the collar, like Explosia's trying to grab Jabba's hand. No, Explosia grabs Ander and then runs, leaving Jabba there.
And you try to scoop up some of it off the table, and you end up with some of his papers in your hands as you're running out the room. You don't think the papers are going to be anything to do with your case, but just something from his office.
That doesn't matter. I get bored from reading. I'm just going to be like, Explosia, I got things.
Why did you steal? We got kicked. Where's Jabba?
Where's
Just
Jabba?
looks
Wait.
still in the office trying to figure out where the door is. Like, where's the door, Sonny? Gotta leave. Also, where are the stairs? Hope I don't fall.
A
Like
few moments.
wobbling around.
A few moments later, as everyone's like, I say everyone, but not everybody, is outside. You realize, wait, where's Jabba? And then shortly afterwards, 2 large security guards are walking out the old man from a side entrance, and like you can't hear what's being said, and Jabba probably can't hear what's being said either, but it's
There's
not
like
nice.
patting him. Oh, you're so strong. What a nice young man. Thank you for escorting me outside.
Yes. So just down the street, you can see Jabba being escorted out by security.
I'd like to imagine this is the point where like Caleb has come to meet up with us. Just sees this scene.
Yeah, okay, I'll work with that. Like Caleb comes by and goes, see, you've had as much luck as I have, and just walks off, kicks a can, and goes.
I mean, we lost some money.
I may have thrown like $30 at a man. And it didn't do anything. Dad's going to be a little bit on the peeved side.
Yep.
Long shot. Can I roll library use or something on the papers that was picked up?
Yeah, you can try, but
I'll at least get one successful roll.
Yeah, you can try. Who knows? There may be something lucky in there. Okay.
Oh,
That's a hard roll too.
So, I'm going to give a random handout because you failed all the others. Like all of the others. Let's see.
Yeah.
that's
Roll a
expected.
roll a d6 and give us random.
No, I'm just
From this group.
So Caleb grabs the sheets, pissed off, just starts throwing them up and picks up a piece of paper and realizes, we got something!
See, I told you it was good that I grabbed it.
Oh, there's
You're a
one.
genius, Ander.
She just like wraps you in a hug, picks you up off the ground, and kisses you.
We'll do
love.
this one. This was a good one.
Too much love.
There's a record, like one of the papers goes in the sighting out of state from a former minister, and like one of the files has that, but as you go into it, there's a bit more details which you didn't really think. It's got that sound going. So you're standing out on the street reading through like the folder. So it starts off with like the sighting of such and such, and you don't really quite think it's important until it starts going to other bits and pieces, talking about a police raid, and the one thing that gets your eye is Chapel of Contemplation, and then you go, oh, that's right, that's something that we're looking into, and that's something important. And so the file contains, talks about file concerns secret raid on the Chapel of Contemplation. The chapel. Yeah, I know.
I know.
A police raid occasioned by affidavits back 8 years ago. Saying the church was responsible for disappearance, or believing they were responsible for disappearances of neighbourhood children. During the raid, 3 policemen and 17 cult members were killed by gunplay or fire. Autopsy reports seem to be lacking of information, and though 54 members of the church were arrested, all but 8 were released, and the pastor, Michael Thomas, was sentenced to 40 years in prison for 5 counts of second-degree murder, but he escaped prison 3 years ago, and there was a sighting of him out of state.
Okay.
I relay that information to the party.
I mean, we tried to distract with, Jerry. Didn't work, but money worked.
Sometimes just spending your luck or just like simple.
Honestly, I'm happy I failed. It's fun. I have a 16. Still failing. It's awesome.
Yeah. So you've got about a third of your day left. What would you like to do?
Okay.
I believe that if anybody is going to be able to get in with a cult... Wait, Jabba, were you in this cult?
Was I in a cult? Let me tell you. What would I roll for cult?
There isn't a cult roll.
I have a cult on here.
Doesn't roll a cult roll. He rolls in a cult roll.
Am I in a cult? Don't be ridiculous.
Jabba Snatch has a cult.
Why
and
would I be
mythos.
in a cult?
So if you did roll, it didn't come through.
Is it the purple or the green?
Green.
Okay. Of course not.
Oh, were you in a different cult? Oh, wait, quick
It was a
question.
bowling league.
Are cults like gangs where they don't like each other? Are you going to get shivved if we find out they're a cult?
Trying to think of words that rhymed with sheep, but I couldn't think anything. Shiv! What are you talking about? Why would I ever get shivved? I'm just a nice old man. Nothing suspicious here. Nothing at all.
You're right. I was completely wrong to ever doubt you.
Right.
Probably do an investigation on this.
She frowns, not sure how to proceed with that. I guess one of us could go to the police station.
Well, what
Wait,
locations do we have
hold up.
left that we know about?
Can we go to the church?
You got an address.
We have an address.
Okay. Yeah. Do we want to go to the church, or Exposia can still go to the library if she wants?
That you
But,
can.
I don't know if anybody else would be able to come with me, because I know Caleb can't. Jabba
I
can't
We
read.
don't know
Andrew
yet.
has short
We haven't told you.
attention span.
I mean, I could go. I would not be much help.
Yeah. Well, we know it's the house that's haunted, or the house that's the bad place, or whatever we have to investigate. So, I guess.
Well, completely
I
off
guess-
topic. What's stopping us from going to the house early?
Well, we
I
want
like
to get.
haunted house.
Everybody knows that you have to go to investigate a haunted house at night. Come on, Caleb. I thought you were the smart one.
Well, the spooky things come out at night. It'll be quite boring if we go there during the day. We'll likely
Exactly.
just fall through one of those weak floorboards and just break our legs, and then no one will be there to help us. But at night, it'll be far more exciting. We'll fall
Caleb
to the floor
just does the
by
whole-
being chased by ghosts.
I want to get out of this alive and go back to my books, which
Don't worry, we have-
read at the moment.
I mean,
How does he get an E out of a J, for crying out loud?
Oh, wait. If it's a cult, there's probably some of the cult stuff. I'm going to go to the library and grab a bunch of books on this. You guys go to the other place and get everything else, okay?
I'll go with you to the library.
To the church it is! They walk
Good luck,
somewhere
Caleb!
back into the middle of the road.
Caleb just goes by and picks up Jeff from the back of the scruff of the neck and just drags him off to the church. Why am I the one leading the dumb leading the blind? so I'll go with Jabba to the church. What I'll use there.
My
Gotta go
sound
talk to my old
options
friend.
for the skidding and the and the horns aren't on cue, unfortunately.
That's fair enough. He just.
And it's right there to do it too.
Mm-hmm. So head to the church. The building where the church was.
Okay. Change that to this one. So you head to the church, or to the location of where the church was, the address of where the church was, and what in front of you is just a crumble of old building. Like there's a fraction of building here, there's a corner there. Other than that, it's just overgrown vines, and even though the church has like only been gone for 7 years, it looks like it's been gone for much longer. It looks like the land took it back, like aggressively took the land, like the nature aggressively took the land back from the church.
Oh dang! Something I would have known about.
Sometimes you're in the wrong location. Can I get a spot hidden, please?
From have to be me.
From those
Right.
that are in the church areas. I don't think Jabba Snatch or Jabba is one that can do a spot. I put that skill to 0, I believe.
I was gonna say listen to hidden.
This is a visual one.
Ooh,
Okay.
very lucky.
You find an etching into one of the walls, one of the few remaining walls, and it doesn't look like it was vandalism. It's strange that there's no vandalism on this site at all. As in, it doesn't look like anyone wants to go in this site, and it feels off, like it feels wrong, and the chills go down your spine. It just, you're unsettled in this area. But what you find is something etched and then repainted into the brickwork, into the stonework, where it's a triangle with points at the top and sides to extend the triangle out, and inside there's an eye, and this is painted in white. So think of it as a upside down Y at the top, and a Y at the side, and a Y at the side, bringing together a triangle and an eye inside that.
Has it looked like it's been painted recently?
It does, but it looks like it was made long after, like it was made a long time ago, but painted recently to update the colours.
I explain what I've seen to Jabba and say, "Hey, you're an old man, older than I. You probably know more about the craziness, well, being crazy yourself."
Who said I was crazy?
I did.
Completely sound of mine.
Whose mind? And I explain it to Jabba and say, "Have you heard about this one anywhere in your travels around the world or around the block as you get lost?"
Would that be another occult roll?
Occult or mythos?
Mythos? Oh. Yeah.
Bless RNG in chat.
Mythos it is.
Oh.
Of course I know what that is. And that is... Insert DM explanation.
Can I get a Sandy roll, please, from Caleb, please? As Jabba starts spouting mythos and teaching you exactly what it is.
All right, where is sanity?
Sandy's at the top. It's got its own little box. Or you can just
I see it.
Yep.
No, I see it.
Okay, you succeed. You brush off you don't think what he's saying is true. Don't think that this can't be right. This can't no. That's not wrong. So you brush off the explanation. You don't lose a lot of sanity, but you take 1 point of sanity.
I'll take it.
This is the problem of having cultists in the party.
Only 1 point sanity?
Only
we
one.
got some information. I'm happy about that.
Yeah. So it's a group of like it's a religion, like not a religion, but how can I put it? A church which hides itself, like a cult which hides itself in plain sight as a church, and goes like there's little bits of details in there about their operations, but they're rare and they don't last long. Hence, this one didn't last long.
Okay, well, with no information, I've gone a little bit less crazy. I think he's just talking about various forms of cheese. He's eaten bad cheese. And is there anything else that we can do here? We've done a decent spot here. And we've got,
Can I? Who's got the lowest luck out of both of you?
luck. Probably me. I've got 10.
I have 5.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Can I get a dex or jump? So
I have dodge.
Sorry, not dex, dodge or jump.
Okay, cool. I have dodge.
Yep.
Well, bam.
As you're starting to talk about this, and suddenly the floor, like the floor that you're standing on, the stone floor, just starts to drop.
Oh dear! Danger approaches. I fall.
I think the best part about this is exactly what he predicted would happen.
It's and you take 4 points of damage.
Ooh.
That's a big one.
Think I broke my leg.
Actually, do you want to roll where you got hurt? There's body location in the center of your character.
My chest.
You just.
I had a stab wound through my chest. There's a piece of wood in here. It hurts a lot. I'm bleeding.
No.
So you fall into. I can't even describe it because you're blind. I don't have to. Good. From above, though, Caleb, you can still hear Jabber from below you as like the dust is settling, and you can just see the light just coming through, and what looks to be like bars on as a door in this small room. He seems to have fallen down into a cell, not a cellar, but a cell. And you can't see anywhere beyond. It looks like there's more rubble around, and there's no other exits or entrances but from above.
How do I input damage? It's not letting me subtract the 10 hit points I have.
You can do it from character sheet, from normal.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, from your character token from normal, which I just did. Which you just undid, but... And there should be a current one as well.
I do not see any character tokens because I am blind.
It's on your hit points. It's on current. Done.
Yeah.
4 out of 10. Oh, sorry, 6 out of 10.
Ugh.
Yep. Some people are not as good.
How the...
I am an old man, and I fell very far. I'm surprised I'm not dead.
Not yet.
Where am I? I'm smacking my cane around.
I don't think how the hell to help here. I've seen him fall into a cell.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get here? Do we walk or do we drive a car?
I'm assuming driving, if not a taxi.
Okay, can I spend 1 point of luck and get a rope to try to get down into here?
Yep. You can spend one of your luck points to go, oh yeah, I've got climbing gear in the car.
No, just rope. Just general car repair equipment. So rope, road flares, light.
Lights were optional in cars back then. Actually, no,
Okay.
they just became standard. In the
So-
1890s, it was not really the thing.
So can I get a rope and at least a flashlight
Yep,
on one lock,
yep.
or do you want two?
Oh, no. Rope.
Mm-hmm.
Rope is one.
Yep. And flashlight.
Is the second.
All right. I'll spend 2 luck. So we've got because I need to actually see what I'm doing down there.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
So
are you climbing down?
unfortunately, I can't see any other way to get down there.
So you can tie off the rope on some of the rubble easily. There's places to tie on,
Yep.
and you think it's solid enough to carry your weight. And you climb down into this. It is just a cell. All the walls around it have crumbled. You can't even open the door because on the other side of the cell door is more rubble. So you think it's just this tiny little cavity of non-collapsed material, like that he's dropped into.
All right. Well, I'll turn the light on. Just quickly inspect, see if I can find a way out of there without having to go via trying to carry Jabba back up the rope.
Up is the only way.
All right. Bloody hell. Well, while I'm down here.
I have climbed, surprisingly.
You were a monkey, so yes, I gave you climb.
Oh well, the rope.
I failed anyway.
I was gonna see how much climb did I give you. Oh no, I was gonna double that because you were a monkey, but that's still a fail.
Climbs up and lands on Caleb. No idea.
just trying to climb the rope but forgetting to grip.
Yeah, like where's the rope, Sonny?
I'm an old man trying to climb a rope. I don't think it's working very well.
Yep.
Or things. What could I do? How could I do this?
Would you like some help?
If only we had an elevator.
If only you had a knot, and then you could pull him out from the top.
That's what I was thinking. Tie him on the knot, and I have to climb the rope to get up. And
Like a leash. Oh, but wait,
Yeah.
it's Jabba Snatch. They don't last very long. Go ahead, better be quick.
All right,
I need it.
I'll go down there, tie the leash and or whatever, however I'm going to get him
Yes.
up, and then do I have to climb roll to get out of the hole now?
No.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. So I'll climb out of the thing, and then I'll start bringing Jabba back out.
And so you back up. I'm not asking for a strength check. You back up, and
Thank you.
It's just a small little bit.
Yeah,
There's nothing there.
we've got some information, so we'll start.
Got some information. Broke my rib. Pretty good day.
Should I take you want to go to the hospital to get that looked at, or you're fine for tonight?
I'm pretty sure they'll just get infected and then I'll die anyway. But, I'm pretty old as it is. Something's going to kill me off. If it ain't this, something else. Let's go. We have an investigation. I'm waiting for my to stick around.
Then I pick up the rope.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say that. Pick up the rope and we'll start driving to the house.
Okay. So what was everyone else doing?
We were
Nothing.
going to the library.
Okay.
It's all good.
Library. Would you like to do a library check for whoever's got some ability in library check?
Okay, I look at Ander.
Okay, I'm not as good at this sort of thing, so I say we just get the librarian to help us.
I mean, yeah, if I don't need to read things. I mean, I will if you force me to, but
Okay,
God,
you
it's
and me,
so
we're gonna double
boring.
team her. Or him. I don't want to be sexist. But this is 1920s. I don't care.
So going up to the library person.
The librarian, yes, that's what they're called.
Yeah. The library master.
Librarian, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And what are you asking for?
Explosive will ask if they could assist us in finding books regarding the house that we're investigating and anything regarding the Chapel of Contemplation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you like to do a charm or persuade, intimidate?
I guess this is just a persuade. I don't really. I'm not blinking. I'm not fast talking them.
No.
Being that she said we are going to double team while she's persuading, I'm puffing myself up in intimidation. I'm making myself look bigger. If that helps.
So automatically, if the persuade doesn't work, it's going to be an intimidation it's going to come straight after.
I like this plan. I love this plan.
Yeah.
Especially because
So you're pushing
it's
the
him
wrong
that's going to get punched if it fails.
Okay. No problem. Go.
Let's go.
Oh, and it fails.
That's a fail. Good
And
luck.
intimidation as the push roll and success.
Oh. Like
15 is all.
meta high five.
Risking that on a 15. Okay.
This party's going to die.
Would you like to spend like a little bit of you only need 7 luck points to even get it to a hard success for the intimidate.
No, I'm good. I
good?
have 17. I want to hold on to it.
You could get an extreme success.
I'm still good. I'm still good.
Okay. So let's go to the central library. Let's actually get some information. Because you like totally failed that previously, but okay. Okay, let's see which one. So the librarian says, okay. I'll help you with some research. Were you part of the someone else was looking for the same thing? Did you know that person earlier? Are you friends with that?
No.
Good answer.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Smiles, sparkle.
So she takes you to a part of the library where there's lots of books on a table, and there's lots of empty spaces in the actual shelves, and she essentially picks a couple of bits out which weren't taken off the shelves. Right area, just missed the right books. She flicks through and starts helping you with the research, and she finds that in 1935 a prosperous merchant builds the house and immediately falls ill and sells it to a Mr. Walter Corbett Esquire.
Mm-hmm.
In 1952, Walter Corbett is sued by his neighbours, who petitioned to force him to leave the area in consequence of his serious habits and unauspicious demeanour.
I see.
But that's all I'm giving you. As she says,
That-
I'm sorry, but the library will have to close soon, and we need to start putting all these records back.
And I just want to reply, hey, thank you for the information you gave us, and we'll be on our way.
Before we go, do you mind if I could check out a few books? I would just like to grab a couple.
I would like to grab some books on the occult.
We
Just as many books on the occult as I can.
we don't really deal with occults in the library.
May I do
No
a
ghost stories.
May I, while she's trying to talk about books, hearing that she wants to get occult books, may I do a spot hidden to see, if just walking through various aisles, if I see anything that in Anders' mind would relate to that?
Okay, so spot hidden, please. Okay, so no matter what, I was
Nope.
going to give you a book. like the book that you pick up off the shelf, are you stealing it or are you borrowing the book? As she's now
I come and bring the book back to Explosia to be like, this is what you need. But really, it's a book about weasels. And, it's just like, what's their habitats and whatnot. It has nothing to do with the occult.
Explosia sweats and she doesn't know why.
Okay, do you have any actual books on the occult? Like, anything really will do.
She...
That's eyes.
She says, well, we've got something, not really a cult, but... and she takes to another section and says, we don't have much time because I said we were closing. And she gets a book out, and the book is called Mountains of Madness.
I see. How fascinating. Thank you. I would like to check this one out.
The author, if you don't know, is H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah. I know a little bit of Mountains of Madness, and that it's a very dangerous module.
They're all dangerous.
It's the worst of them, supposedly.
Hey, it could have been worse. He also wrote the Necronomicon.
Okay, so I take that book. Just like, okay, let's go.
And we'll have a break now, and we'll reconvene for the second part. I will say you got the least amount of information out of all the 3 groups.
Yeah. Oh yeah, obviously.
And I had to give you some freebies there too. Oh god! Although you are the first group to actually go to the church, so that's a new one.
Yay!
No one else went that direction. So we'll be back shortly for after a break for our haunted house.
We're gonna die.
Save us.
There's options. You can either
I
die
really
or
want to
go
summon
insane.
something.
Or more
Yeah,
insane.
I really
Jabba's
want to
gonna
summon
die. He
something.
can't get any more insane.
No, you can. That's the thing. You can. You can always go more insane. And it's a slide into insanity. I think Jabba's actually got decent sanity, which is really scary. Red had only 25 when we started that one, because wisdom was the dump stat. So, yeah, that's a thing. So we'll be back shortly.
Good insanity.
Yeah, we'll be back shortly. Stick around. This is when I start to have a lot of fun in the second part. So stick around. It's going to be fun. It's going to be scary, and you're going to have some nervousness once we start getting into. You could have actually gone there in the daytime. But thank you, Nick, for the. Like, it's more fun to do it at night when there's going to be more things around.
You're blind. Everything's
That's when the
night.
magic happens.
That's in the
You're
magic.
blind. Everything's at night, Taff.
Yes.
Come on, guys. We're trying to kill our character.
I already lost 4 hit points. That was just from standing. I didn't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah. And it only gets worse. So we'll stick around. We're back soon. Bye. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for joining usually the Goblin Horde, but in this case, the cult of our Lord Cthulhu. So thank you for coming in and thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's great to have more people here. So Balanced Beast 1122, thank you so much for joining us. We're doing a Cthulhu-based one-shots all week in celebration of our great Lord and in celebration of Halloween. So If you're new to the channel, you may not know this, but we're actually using cast members mixed up from all the other bits and pieces. And we're not just mixing up the cast members from our normal shows. They're playing kind of a 1920s Call of Cthulhu based version of their characters. So if you think it's a really weird party, that's because they're really weird party members. In normal games, we would have a goblin, we would have a couple of humans, and a gnome in this group here. And it's just, no, it's weird. So we're coming in, and thank you for the follow. We're coming to the start of our second part, which is about 2/3. Oh, sorry, maybe 3/4 of the show itself. But that's when things get
Send help.
darker. So as night starts to fall, you believe this was the perfect time, because there's more company at night, I think was the words used. From Jabbersnatch, there's more company at night in a haunted building.
We gotta time it correctly, so it's the witching hour.
Okay. So you're going even
which
later.
hour is the 13th again?
So as you enter the neighborhood, you realize that you probably could have been doing some research in the neighborhood and speak to the locals, but no. You got kicked out of the library and kicked out of most other places. The brick building of the Corbett house is overshadowed by newer office buildings on either side of the house fronts the street. In the rear are overgrown plantings and a half-collapsed arbor. Access to the rear exists on either side of the residence. Studying the house, the observers are impressed by the way the house seems to withdraw into the shadows cast by the flanking buildings. The blank curtained windows hide all understanding of what lies within.
Wow, that's a really that is the creepiest house I've ever seen. Look at that, Jabba.
Looks nice. If I could see, I'm looking looking at a tree.
Looking at the street.
Very nice indeed.
It is a nice tree, actually.
Looks at the nice tree. That's a nice tree.
By the way, the house is over this direction.
Turns him around.
All right, now everyone be
Retro tree.
careful. It's overgrown, which means we have critters. You know who's the best at critters? Me.
That's why I hired you.
He's a professional.
Well, on most days.
Remembers you failing to put out the mouse before.
Pocket mouse.
Tack rat.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
on the front porch,
I've gone back to the car and Caleb has got the light.
Mm-hmm.
And I've grabbed my trusty baseball bat, which is used not to hit pests as best as I can, but something to keep them away from me if they attack, and occasionally to hit pests.
Explosive will dig around in the back of her car and grab a floodlight.
Grab a floodlight. Yep.
Is that one luck?
Yep. A floodlight. What? A portable floodlight?
Yeah. Brightest portable light she can find.
You get a torch, a flashlight. There's no portable floodlights in 1920s.
Could
I
Caleb
get a very beefy flashlight.
Could Caleb also tie the rope around Jabbersnatch so we don't have to keep directing Jabber, can just follow the pull of the thing, like a collar.
Keep an eye on that rope. They tend to disappear around me. I get kind of hungry sometimes.
And you get
And
fired
I
when you
have my
diet.
trusty old cane and my hearing horn as I trudge into the haunted mansion.
Yep. So there's a lot of luck being spent here before you even enter. Yeah, you wouldn't spend it on the research stage
I've already used my 2 points of luck, so I'm all good.
It's like we haven't even
I
gone
only
into the
have
front door.
16 to go.
Haven't even gone to the front door. Again, you're going back and forth to the boot, and then coming back to the front porch. You can go back to the boot and come back to the front porch.
Mm-hmm.
All that's done. You're back at the front porch. That's getting dark, or it is now dark. And what are you going to do? You don't have keys.
Caleb goes up and knocks on the door.
There's no response.
Yeah, worth a shot. Tries the door handle.
I've read so many stories where they just like leave the door unlocked.
Turns handle.
The door is locked.
Well, this investigation's come to a close. Bye, everybody.
I'm
kidding.
I have a bat. I can break it.
Why don't you use your mouse to have him pick the lock from the inside?
You know what? That's a better idea. I want to set my mouse down and be like, pick the lock from the inside. Like, just flip it. Just,
I'm saying the one thing that GMs are not supposed to say, and I'm saying no.
Well done.
There's no way working with in this situation. Your mouse is not able to pick a lock.
If Explosia, Ander, and Jabba put their minds together, they might be able to find enough brain cells to make a spark.
What if it was just one of those like bolt locks where he's just got to push that little lever to the left?
Gosh.
Dead bolt.
I know what the locks are.
So no,
You
got
can see
it.
a single lock on the door.
All right. Fine. I will hand my mouse to Explosia because I don't want him harmed in this endeavor. And then I am going to, try and break in the door with my bat.
Okay.
Strength?
No,
Or do you
that'll
want-
be an attack on the door with your bat. That'll be a brawl.
Well, that's fair. Heck, let's push it. Why not?
But how are you going to push it? What's the new idea?
I'm not going to use the bat. I'm going to run into the door.
Okay, that's going to be more of a strength.
Nope.
Strength. There are consequences for pushing, especially if you're going to try to do something like this.
It's fine. It's fine.
This is natural selection at its finest.
Yeah. Which is why Jabba fell down into the jail and hurt. Yeah. So you run into the door frame. You take a few steps and put into the door itself, and the lock breaks, and the 4 latches, the 4 deadbolts on the inside also break, splintering the frame, and the door swings open. And let's
Caleb takes out his book and starts deducting the cost of a door and that because it's going to be back on the market the next day.
See, guys, it's fine. You just gotta
Good
elbow
job,
grease it.
Ender boy! As I'm trying to figure out where the door is.
Caleb goes back up the jam and just goes, pushes.
So
Okay.
copy, paste. Let's get everyone down here. So who has torches on? Like, who has a torch?
I do.
It's Caleb and Explosia.
I do not have mine on at the moment.
Oh.
So Caleb,
Yeah.
you're the only one with a torch on.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
Explosive is almost underarming having to underarm this thing.
It's not a feminine torch.
No.
No. Okay, let's load in the map for you.
Guys, I see nothing.
I see the darkness of mankind's soul. Oh, no, wait, there we are.
Yeah, you're a little bit lower.
I usually don't see anything. This isn't anything new for me.
It's true. Okay, so we move past the front door, which is the map cover we've had all this time, and let's move into the house itself.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So inside the house, you see a little bit into the house, and the hallway stretches on into the darkness. There's a door, double-sided doors on the side of you right there. You can just see into what seems to possibly be a living room, and there's a door further up to your left.
Well.
Okay.
Miss Detective, where do we start?
I am going to use my detective senses. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him. This left way.
All right.
That's right. That's right.
She holds up her hands, looks at them, slowly spins on her heel, then begins walking in the opposite direction.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find. Oh, have you got that up on our screens yet? Because I can't see any map.
Yeah.
Scroll down.
Okay.
There should be a lit source. Let's see. I'll just check the token to see if it actually has vision. No, we're working off your vision, so yes, you should be able to see.
Yeah, because I see an episode.
It's about halfway down, all the way to left.
Okay.
Hey, Explosia, can you turn on that light? I can't see.
No, it's a surprise light.
That's right. I'll work it on my end.
Hey, Caleb?
That should be yours.
Yeah?
I think we need your light. I can't see beyond here.
Okay,
It's too dark.
I walk up to the door, flash the light inside the room.
And can you bring Jabba?
I got him.
Grabs Jabba by the hand and begins leading him along.
Oh, wait, Caleb, this room.
That was the top one. That was the left.
Push in. Like, I want to give him, like, the signal to go in, but I don't know if he knows, Nature Team 6 signals.
I'm
Nope.
guessing... No.
Caleb would just go, nope, you're on the back, you're going in first.
Yep. As he pushes you in, and the door opens to the room a bit further.
It's a room.
Yeah, well, the description of the room. The room is filled with boxes and junk, such as rusted water tanks, old bicycles. Right at the end of the room is a cupboard which is boarded shut.
Yeah, there's nothing in there. All right, Caleb, you can follow me. It's clear.
Caleb walks in very, very slowly, waving the light left and right to have a quick look around.
Smack my cane around, make sure there's no bats or anything.
To which side is the cupboard? Is it like this side or?
Yeah, it's the first one. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. I want to open it and search it.
Well, how are you going to get past the boards of the cabinet or the cupboard?
Wait, there's boards on the
boarded
cupboard.
Shut.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'm just gonna pull those boards off. I am strong. I believe in myself.
With what, fingernails?
Yeah, just with my hands. Just like grab the board and then like.
So in this
pull.
one, I'm looking for an extreme success.
Oh, yay.
Because you're trying to pull nailed shut boards with your fingernails off. So a 78 is not even a success. You try to get your fingers in and you just can't get any grip on the boards to pull them off.
Yeah, I guess that's board up.
Well, guess the option is breaking it open.
Do I have to do all the work? And he
You-
goes ahead and takes
have
a
the bat.
swing. And takes a swing at the cabinet.
Technically, this is
I
pushing
hope
a
there's
roll.
a priceless basin.
Technically,
hope.
this is pushing a
Or-
roll. So
or-
as you hit the cabinet and break the doors of the cabinet, and you don't smash the whole thing, but enough damage of the boards to be able to open it. And inside there are 3 books that look like they've been there for quite some time.
I am going to toss the books to Explosia because I get bored by reading.
Explosia manages to catch 1 book and the other 2 fall to the ground. Explosia's in Jabba's hand.
I'm putting Jabba
Well?
into the room.
Well, is there anything of interest?
Explosia looks at the 3 titles.
There's no titles.
Hands it to Caleb.
I don't. Are there secret books?
All right, Caleb grabs the book.
1,
Looks
2, or
at
3.
I'll grab book 1
Okay.
and roll library use.
So roll
Or-
library use. Well, as soon as you open the cover, inside the fly cover, it says that it's the diary of W. Corbett.
Mm-hmm.
And you can roll a library use.
All right.
Oh.
Hey, hard success.
Yep. So
Nice.
it describes being fortunate to. It describes being fortunate to purchase the land of its previous owner, and that the previous owner got sick just so conveniently after building it for him, and making sure the price was quite low when he purchased it. And there's that overtone of maybe he was responsible for it.
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't really doesn't really say anything specific, but there's that hint of something going on there.
Mm-hmm. I relate that to the crew.
Okay.
And, well, does Caleb want to push his luck? He grabs his second book and has a look at the second book as well, so he opens that one up.
Yep. Can I get a library use, please?
Boop.
A success.
Now we pass.
Yep. So the second book goes on. The mood changes and the writing style changes from the start to the second book. It's a little bit less coherent, but it talks about it certainly gets less coherent when it starts talking about the neighbors not liking him and trying to file a lawsuit to try to get rid of, try to evict him from his own house. And just because he doesn't like them doesn't mean that they can make these frivolous lawsuits. Also talks about the Church of Contemplation, just really briefly in parts, and just only hints that he was involved with them, but doesn't go into any details again. But it seems to be at least there's a favourable light between the two.
Okay. Well, Mazu, the third book.
Yep.
Pushing my luck there.
Well, you're just rolling.
Yeah.
You don't have to push your luck. Or
No,
push
I'm just
your
going.
roll.
Metaphorically.
I'm going. All right. Okay. He's Caleb is seeing that.
Mhm.
All right. All right. So Labrius
The third
opens the
reveals
book
that he
third.
changes- the third book reveals that he changed his name to Jabba.
All along.
And a success on the third book.
Okay.
Great.
So as you're going through the third book, he talks about a further lawsuit about wanting to be buried in the house itself, and that's and that it doesn't talk about the lawsuit, but it says that he wants to do that, and he expects a further lawsuit about this, and that his pastor is going to have to fight it for him posthumously, if that is the case. And it also goes into more rantings and a bit more weirdness, and it's really like gets less and less coherent. There's strange it starts off strange doodles in the corners, then like underneath the writings there's like more designs, and then there's something called like the opener of ways, which is mentioned a few times, a transformation, and it just the more and more you go through, the more unsettled it becomes. Can I get a sanity check, please?
I was waiting for that. Oh.
Okie dokie.
Ow.
So on the upside, you now have plus 40 Cthulhu Mythos.
Yay!
On the downside, the cost of it is 1 of your sanity, as you now know more about Cthulhu Mythos.
Only one?
Only
I'll
one.
take
It
it.
could have been higher.
I'll take it.
It wasn't a D100.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much was it? 4 points?
Yep.
Plus 4 to Cthulhu Mythos, minus 1 sanity.
I'll take it.
And,
Considering how bad that roll was, I'll take it.
Yeah.
and Karsh, was that the only extra area, or like the only thing that we saw in here besides some like
There's junk.
boxes and rubbish?
There's
Yeah.
junk, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
What
so
kind of rubbish?
I'm not going through it.
I am not going through it this time.
Darn it.
I will. The insane homeless man goes through the rubbish, as one would do.
As you're just throwing bits and pieces all over the place.
Absolutely.
There's a bicycle you might use later.
Yeah.
Like the bicycle is something you
it-
could use.
Interesting proposition. Could we roll luck to see if we find anything interesting?
No. Let's move on.
Darn it.
Found a bicycle. Can't use it
right.
in here, though. Too
Okay.
old.
Bicycle.
Captain, back to the living room, or do we push on?
Well, there's nothing else in here, so let's push on to the next room over here.
Mr. Live
So-
Producer, can you see the thing yet? Or
no, I can't just looking at the actual display because I have no idea why. Because my left-hand screen is completely blank.
like the screen, the monitor's blank, or
Oh, my view in Roll20 is completely blank. I've
try
searched
refreshing the
everywhere.
screen. If that's a
Yep.
F5.
Oh yeah, the same with mine. I just thought I couldn't see because I'm blind. But
Oh.
there's no map or anything. There's not the black map. There's no map at all.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Really?
weird because
Yeah.
two of us
And
are.
you just have it's just the background texture behind
Yeah,
that.
same.
Okay, so just let's see if I can change that. You have got can see, which is a good thing. Sometimes that doesn't actually happen. And let's go to.
Are they on a different map layer?
Nope, they're all on the same map layer.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's a concern that's not working. Nick, can you see now? Should be halfway down on the left-hand side.
There's no map at all, and I just reloaded.
Same with me.
I don't know what's going on.
That's right. We'll keep going. We'll try to troubleshoot as we go.
Yeah, I just thought we were using theater of the mind. / I was already blind. So nothing new.
The sheet's not working either for me.
Caleb has the light too.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's why it's kind of important.
Yeah. Caleb, for the moment, Caleb passes the light to
You can pass
Mr.
it.
Pest
to me.
Control.
Ander.
Ender, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Because I
That's
have
like-
one. Explosive is just saving it.
Yeah. So I passed the flashlight
Mhm.
to Ender, going, you got the bat? You need this. You need to see what you can hit.
Mhm.
and do the equipment pass that way.
That's
Doing-
fine.
They're just doing bits and pieces to try to see if we can fix some things up.
Yeah.
And it's weird. Like if you don't have any vision on Wall 20, then it's black.
Yeah.
So that's a common thing. But we've got sight on. We've got things like that on.
Yeah. I'm just.
The normal common.
Okay.
You are
I'm
logged
going
in.
to. Yeah, I'm going to try logging on using a different browser.
Yep. Okay. We are
We'll
using. We are heavily on dynamic lighting as well. So
Yeah.
that may be a
Yeah.
check too.
Explosive is going to go over to the. No, I'll wait till you guys finish.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because the GM's occupied too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it is what it is. If we may have to just tail them, and there's a lot of theatre of mine anyway. We could have
That's
just run this
okay.
deliberately without a map. I just like the.
If you want to put his light on me just so that we can see
Okay.
as we're walking.
I've got black now.
And all players see.
Woo! There we go.
Yay.
All right. All right. So we head across the way
Yep. Head south.
into the living room.
There we go. So head into the living room. Where's my living room? There you go. Cool. So the living room contains conventional furnishings, a radio, couch, stuffed chairs, shelves laden with gewgaws. You cannot help but notice but the unusual quantities of crosses and images of the Virgin and other Catholic artifacts.
Hmm.
The light in the room with your torch plays with the gewgaws and with the artifacts, and they look a lot more sinister than what they would in the daytime.
I want to look around and like the symbols and whatnot, they don't matter as much to me. They may mean more to others, but like I want to look around just to see like do we have like cabinets with drawers or anything that might have things of use to us.
There was movement.
Yeah, I just moved. I'm in Firefox now. Firefox is working.
Okay.
Okay.
Yay, you've got some vision. And I think Nick's about to start downloading Firefox. Yeah.
Cool.
And then take a bit to go to Firefox, download it.
Yeah. At least you're not streaming from that and we don't get to see it. That's okay. So there's not really drawers and things like that for you to go through.
All right. Jabba, you've
Yes, my son.
so since you've seen the strangest of things, or
Absolutely. That's why I
Seeing
can't
the
see
stra-
anymore. And I tap my
Right.
head.
we got a lot of crosses in here, and a lot of
Whoa.
like typical Catholic things, but like
Drive them to me.
they're like normal crosses, but like more evil looking.
Are they upside down?
That's a good question. Are they upside down?
No, they are not upside down.
Well, it
No.
doesn't look like devil worship, so it must be something else. I will feel
So,
along the wall and try to feel what these crosses feel like.
oh, please don't turn one.
Oh, I'm gonna touch it. I touch it. I touch the cross. What is that? What happened?
And that's what you hear. As you feel across the wall and you start knocking these gewgaws off the shelves and they crash and they and they essentially crack and destroy themselves on the ground.
I didn't tell you about the other things on the wall. The crosses are on the other wall.
Oh!
Yeah, they're over here.
Well, what did I knock over?
Things.
Okay. I go over to the other wall and start feeling for it.
Guides hand over to a cross.
What does this cross feel like? Can I sense it through my cultist senses?
Do you
Give off any bad
spot
juju?
hidden? No. It seems like a cross. Like Catholicism crosses are fairly all the same. It's either a wooden cross with Jesus on it, or just a wooden cross. They don't feel different. They don't even look different if you had eyes. There's just lots of religious significance in the area. In this room.
I'm going to regret asking this, but as the light is around, do I see any of the symbols I saw in the church?
Do a spot hidden.
That's what I'm going to do.
No.
Good.
Explosive is going to go and grab a. Explosive is actually going to look at the crosses individually, like just like interesting, because she's looking for one that she wants to take.
Sleight of hand or to praise.
I
praise and
mean,
then sleight of hand, maybe.
I think I'm just going to take one.
Yeah. Okay.
I take a nice silver cross.
Okay.
You just take a cross. Steal
Okay.
it.
What role would it be to sense religious vibes off things? Does it smell spiritual?
Mythos.
Do I have divine sense?
That would be mythos.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey.
Wait.
Ooh.
Divine
Holy
sense or divine
Nope, just feel like wooden
sense?
crosses. Nothing spooky here.
Mhm.
Disappointing.
With my mythos, would I get the higgity feeling as well?
Do you want to roll?
I don't, but I've said it, so I'm going to have to.
Oh my god, you got a 1!
Oh my god.
It's not just an extreme success, but a critical.
Good
No.
job. You're about to go
No,
insane.
I'm going to go crazy.
As you draw on, like you can draw on Cthulhu's might to feel. Do you open yourself
All
up?
the stuff that I've seen and heard today, I've still got Jabba's nattering about all this stuff and just general hinkiness.
As you open yourself up, can I have a power check, please?
That's a success.
It's a success.
But it's an opposed roll, and
I know.
the other person had a success as well, where we're just using the active person gets has the advantage if there's a draw.
Yeah.
So as you're opening yourself up,
Spend a luck point. Spend 1 luck point.
do you want to spend 1
You
luck
said
point?
it's a draw.
No, that wouldn't be it, would it? If I have to spend a multiple amount of luck to get to a hard success, correct?
I think.
Yes, you would. You would need to spend
Yeah, no.
29.
29.
Oh.
You pass by 1. Your hard success is
Yeah.
30.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
nope.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as you're opening yourself up and you're trying to feel for the significance, you see behind you, you start seeing that you're inside a church, and you the room just starts expanding out, and there's the walls become less living room, and the furniture less living room but more turns into pews, and the room just starts stretching into the distance, and at the end you see an altar with that same triangle and the eyes, not on a banner, not as artwork, but seemingly floating in the air and spinning and rotating, with hanging from nothing. And then as your eyes draw back from that, you see the pews, people starting to almost ghosts or spectres starting to emerge into the pews, all facing away from you, facing forward, in cloaks covering them. So they're just these translucent figures sitting there, waiting, like looking into this sermon, looking into this eye. Can I have a sanity check, please?
I was waiting for that.
Sometimes rolling really, really good is really, really bad.
There we go.
Okay, I think this is warranted to the next step. Only 1 point of sanity loss. Only one.
Only one.
Yeah.
So what's your reaction?
That was a bigger dice.
At the moment, all you see is Caleb just staring out, mouth starting to open, a little bit of drool coming out, completely vacant for a while he's seeing this. You just hear this small gruntle.
I walk over and just lightly slap you across the face.
Would that be enough to shake me out of this one?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So good. Hey, what are you doing?
Hello. You're daydreaming.
Oh.
From the looks of it, it looked like a nightmare too. A day nightmare. Wait, but it's nighttime.
I look over at Jabber and just going, oh, fudgicles.
Shouldn't daydream in the middle of a haunted house. Leave yourself open for ghost possession. Spooky.
I shake my head a little bit and going, oh.
I just say that. Ander, can you do a power check for me, please?
Okay.
This is before you moved. You were there.
Yep. Uh-huh.
So that's a fail versus success. As you say, ghost possession. Everyone but Jabba sees and turn around, baseball bat in hand. He's dropped the flashlight, and he's in the dark. Like the flashlight turns off, and in the darkness, he takes a swipe and misses.
Explosia will turn on her floodlight right on Ander, blinding him as the dawn approaches.
Oh, it's so bright.
And his eyes are milky white. And he's...
Well,
What is that?
I am going to try with him briefly blinded. I'm going to try to take the bat from him.
Oh no!
As you move forward, the head moves and tracks you, as if, although the eyes are white, there is some cognizance that you are there. Do a grab or something along those lines, like.
I guess it's just
or any role which you think is applicable in this circumstance.
Okay. Boop, just a normal strength.
Yep. Okay. And I get to roll this because I'm rolling Ander. Possession is a thing. So Ander's strength. Ander fails, and you rip the bat out of his hands. And the eyes go back to normal.
Hey, wait.
I lightly bop him on the head. Just boop. Eyes narrowed.
You were about to... I'm pretty sure you took a swing at me. Looking at my feather, it's definitely been hit.
Explosive's wearing a hat with a little feather on it.
I didn't do anything.
Explain why my feather is dying.
It's wilted.
Just saying, I didn't do anything. I was right here, and then, now I don't have my bat. You have my bat. I need my bat.
I bet your bat. No. No, I got your bat now. It's my bat. I like this bat.
Yeah, I would love to see you swing that bat.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. Now, you were acting all crazy like Jabba. I mean, not like crazy Jabba, but like, eccentric.
She says, wiggling her fingers in a magical way.
I am never eccentric. Never.
Okay.
And Exposia is going to begin asking you questions, trying to gauge what you understand, ask you a few questions about yourself, stuff like that. Just doing a sort of sanity check.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'd like to roll is my psychotherapy or psychoanalysis.
And just to elaborate on everyone else at home, what's your current psychoanalysis points?
35, actually.
Okay.
She's got some.
Actually,
She's got some.
It's actually, she's good at helping people with mental stuff. She's got a 10%, the minimum, in psychology.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. While this is happening, Caleb is just muttering, goes, I think I brought something back. And goes and gets the light and holds it protectively, going, my light.
So if Andrew is under anything like a psychoanalysis could cure, I guess I'd have to roll.
Psychoanalysis, psychology, and psychoanalysis. These things take a long time.
Yeah. So I'm just going to sit him down for a minute because I don't want to go forward yet because we're just at the beginning of the thing first.
Yeah. Yep.
So if we're like deep into the
roll.
maze,
Just roll. We have a time limit
so
here.
psychoanalysis.
We're already 2.5 hours in. You failed.
Nope. Okay.
So you
let's go.
don't know anything what the cause was or what the issue was.
All right. Well, I'm back, and you want me to attack everything, so I'm gonna need the bat back.
Okay, I gave you back your bat.
Great. All right, we're
Can I
moving
have a
forward.
power check again from Anda? No, I'm just kidding. That would have been so much fun.
The bat.
Stock you in the face after that.
All right, so I'm moving forward.
Yeah, we do have a time limit. We're like,
Yeah.
so
You're
we do
right.
need to move.
Yep. I'll keep
Go,
moving
guys, everybody run.
along. I'll go
Turn off
back,
my
grab Jabba.
We enter the dining room.
I'm going to move Jabba unless
Okay, thank
until
you.
Nick's able to start gaining control. So the dining room. The dining room is complete with a long mahogany table, built-in sideboard, 7 chairs, 3 places are set and unused. There are scraps of rice rotting in a tureen. Can't believe that's been.
Can I search the sideboard?
You search the sideboard and it is empty.
It's empty. All right. Is there any knives out or like forks or anything like that?
The table is actually made for 3 people.
All right. I want to turn to Jabba, Caleb, and Explosia and be like, I've got a bat. You all grab a knife. We all have weapons.
But it's set for rice, so there's not really a knife there.
Okay.
I'll take a
We all
spoon.
have forks or spoons, and I have a bat. It's great.
I pick up a plate. Don't worry, the blind person is very good at range.
I pick up a pot lid as a shield.
I look at the meal. And is it warm or is it cold?
It's rotting. It's been there
Okay,
for a
so
long
it's-
time.
Okay.
Weeks,
We're ready.
maybe month.
Nope. Okay, there goes that plan. That goes idea thought, but
Okay, let's go. I can't hold my nose forever.
it doesn't smell that bad.
As you move into what's obviously the kitchen area.
Oh gosh. Out of fire and into hell.
So a conventional kitchen with an icebox, wood-fed stove, wood-fed stove and oven, plus a meager larder. Some of the foodstuffs may be edible. There's canned soup, meat, rice kernels, several pastas, and a few bottles of homemade wine. The produce, though, what hasn't spoiled, seems to have also been eaten by some rats.
Oh,
It's your specialty. Do the rat thing.
I want to see if I can get down one knee and like call some rats out. Like out of hiding.
How do you think you're going to call rats out of hiding? What technique are you using?
Language as far as like just like trying to use their, or even animal handling of just like calling them just as I normally do in my daily pest life of trying to get them out of their holes. So I'll go with animal handling. Well, that didn't
We
work.
are rolling on fire tonight, guys. Woo!
I mean, if this was like high was good, yeah.
But no, it's not.
If you were good, you wouldn't be here.
Okay. So what are you doing in the kitchen? Like you failed trying to find any evidence or trying to call the rats out. What are the plans?
I'm just looking for anything that may help with the spookiness in here.
Mm-hmm.
As far as like anything that'll help. Like I'm opening drawers and being like, all right, open drawers. Anything useful? No, shut the drawer.
Okay. Explosive, can I get a spot hidden, please?
Okay.
As you're moving about the place.
Rolling my ultimate skill. Spot hidden. Where is it? Somewhere around here. There it is.
Fail.
It is a fail, yes. Okay. I'm not going to add to it. Yeah. Caleb, would you like
over my own.
to do a spot hidden, please?
Yes, I would. I fail.
Okay.
I look around, go, well, it's a simple kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should have hired actual investigators.
I'm an accountant. I
food.
told you about this.
Slight question. Down by Caleb, is that a window or
It's
a
a
door?
window.
Okay.
And I was going to suggest I was looking at the window, but I can't see anything because I can't see
So-
spot hidden.
Do you want me to
Well,
give
that's
a
exactly
spot
why I'm
hidden,
asking for the spot hidden.
Yep.
spot hidden of looking through the drawers?
Or
Or
a
just
spot hidden, if
nothing?
you're looking through the place, looking through the drawers, you can do that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was specifically saying anyone that
Hey.
went to that window, like, but no. So looking through
And
the, yep.
I'm going to spend 1 to make that a hard success.
Okay. So, instead of like, as you start going through the drawers and going through the cupboards, one of the cupboards that you find, you open up, is not actually a cupboard, but the electrical box, the fuse box for the house. Yes, we have electricity. That was the thing back then.
Great.
Of note, though, with the hard success, now you've spent the luck point, there's only one of the switches that are flipped off, and that's the flip off for the basement. It's listed basement, and it's switched off.
Okay. Can I just flip that to the on?
Yep.
Just in case
Yep.
for some reason the basement has power and the upstairs doesn't.
Yep.
Great. And that's about all I can do. So
Can I
Let's
get a
head
listen
out of
check
here.
from everybody?
Okay.
Listen.
I'm not great at
I
this.
succeed. A hard success. Oh,
This is the first time we've had like multiple fumbles, and also the first time we had a crit success too. But, so as you're working around, you flick the switch and you're starting to work around the kitchen and doing other bits and pieces. Where am I? There we go. Some of you hear that from upstairs.
I hear
I
nothing as my hearing horn was out of my ear, and I'm sitting here eating whatever food was left because I'm hungry. I don't care.
Oh god. Yep. Okay. I'm not even gonna.
It's a goblin specialty to eat it when it's rotting. You don't want to have any of that fresh food.
No, never.
no.
The mercies of being blind.
I look around. Says, "Is anyone here? Door."
I heard somebody upstairs. We should go greet them.
Isn't
All right.
isn't they supposed to be abandoned? That does not
Clearly
sound like
there's somebody
abandoned.
else that's been hired to investigate.
Wait, guys. Have we checked this room to the left?
No.
Do you want to check it?
Do you have light? Yes, you do. No, you don't.
I've got the
Taylor
light
does.
now. I picked it up
Yep.
and dropped it.
Yep. So you peek into to the small room there, and you can see overcoats hang on the walls, galoshes, hats, umbrellas. There's several bags of coal in the room as well, and there's obviously it's a mud room. It's essentially the side room where the side room where you come in, and it's where you store things and where he comes in. Of note though, there's the door itself is locked but bolted with 3 locks. So 3 bolts on the inside as well as 2 locks.
I see. Someone really didn't want people getting in here. Exposé unlocks all of these, of course, and then proceeds to go shout,
Oh my gosh, it's so perfect! Quick, get over here.
frick, I can't remember.
Jabba.
Jabba, that's it.
Jabba, quick, come over here.
Yes, my dear.
Okay.
I probably don't want people in here because, squatters. Not
One
like
second.
I'm one of them.
1 second.
No, just
I begin throwing clothes on Jabba to dress them up.
as a hobo.
Attempting to make them look better, it does not work.
No.
Never mind. Also, we should probably check the pockets for information.
Yeah. That's where I was going.
Can I get a search file, please? A spot hidden, that is.
Okay.
Spot hidden is heavily used, I know. So, Fox, you notice one thing is that there's four different sizes of coats here, or 4 different styles, I should say. There's 2 for children, and there's a woman's coat as well. The man's coat doesn't look like it's been used for much, like hasn't been used for a while. It seems to be put to the side, almost storage.
All right. And
But there's nothing in the pockets.
there's nothing in the pockets?
No.
Okay. Being that this is also a mud room, and typically in this day and age, if a man were to, as a detective, carry their arms on them, they would probably hang it in this room too. Do I see any of the sort?
Any what?
Arms, like firearms.
You're in the middle of the city.
So,
You don't have firearms in the middle of the city unless you're a criminal.
well, but if the
Maybe.
guy here was like a detective or...
This is 1920s. This is not 2020s.
Yeah.
Just
No.
want to put that distinction
All
out.
right. Well,
Is the door completely unlocked now, or is it a...
The door is completely unlocked from the
Okay,
inside.
good. We've got an exit vector. I'm happy about that. No,
Yes.
Google, shut up.
Okay.
No worries.
No worries.
No worries. Yep.
Don't you lie to me, Google.
Upstairs we go. I'm pretty sure
Alright.
there was a room over here, but we're
Wait.
going to skip it, I guess.
Okay.
wait. So you said upstairs or what's
Yeah,
this?
there was a
right
door
here?
upstairs.
Downstairs?
No, that's hallway. It's not upstairs.
Oh, okay. Well,
Upstairs goes
I'd
to
like
the
to
top.
head upstairs.
it's had a weird black.
I
block
know.
there.
It's part of the map.
Get your bat ready. Also your tack rat.
All right.
You can throw that rat as a distraction.
But I'm
Stop.
walking behind and just to.
Stop. Let
Yep.
me copy and paste all these drag. So you're not. There we go.
Explosive's like holding her purse and like swinging it like ready to smack someone with it.
There you go. So a little bit
Okay.
higher, if you haven't seen it.
Higher.
I see it.
Higher.
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
I still.
Woo, there
Nick,
we
how's
go.
it going with your vision? Oh, you want to play a blind character?
I'm still very, very blind.
You want to play
All
a
right.
blind
In
character?
character and out.
Yeah.
All right.
Captain.
Yes.
Captain. Left or straight?
Jabba, are your ghost senses tingling?
I put out my hand. I hum and meditate for a little bit.
Okay, you got
Do
your hand
I
on my face.
sense? And I start chanting. Do I sense the call of Cthulhu?
Ooh.
Yeah,
Title
he does.
drop.
Yes, I do.
I've never actually heard that in any game that I've ever had or ran. Okay.
So I wasn't busy.
As
I love
you
this.
open yourself to you feel that that there's a presence here in the house. But that's all I'm giving you.
Ooh, tingly. I do feel something here. It is definitely in this house.
You sure it's not the food you just ate?
On this floor, I ask. Or is it on the floor above us? Maybe in a basement.
All right, I'm gonna just go this way.
I'll follow Ander with the light.
And I enter the room.
Okay. So you enter what is the bathroom, containing a sink, bathtub, a water closet, water closet with an overhead tank, towels and other possessions that are still here, typical of a family of four. A brackish pool of water has collected in the bathtub, fed by a dripping faucet, which is not like it's just like slow dripping. That periodic dripping from time to time.
Well, we got a bathroom. Does anybody need to go? This is your one and only chance.
Don't worry, already went.
Explosia bites her lip. No, must not use the bathroom. Must
I'm
not
good.
think about the three
We-
gallons of the 3 bottles of water I had on the way here. Let's keep going.
Explosia, we'll stay outside. It's fine.
Okay, I'll go into the bathroom all alone.
Closes the door. Hey, GM, does anything happen to me while I'm all alone?
Okay. Can I get a power check, please?
Sure
Yes.
thing.
Okay, so
Yes,
fail
it is.
versus. I've actually got to check that.
Wait,
I may have
but
actually failed.
Do you want to spend luck?
No.
I got to actually check if I failed or not.
Not yet.
What did I roll? And that is a pass.
Okay.
So
In that
I
case-
rolled a pass, and for those that are watching can see the number which I passed with. Just as an indication of just how screwed the characters are here. So as you're looking through the bathroom I think this is the better way of doing it. As you're looking through the bathroom, that dripping faucet is like it's starting to irk you. And you think, well, I just turn this off. Just have to turn this off. And as you reach over to it, the faucet just explodes in pressurized water, and it just throws you across the room. And it's not water though; it's blood that throws you across the room, and you're covered in blood, and you see it splashing everywhere. and it's just the whole room is starting to seep in blood. It's up to your ankles. What are you up to doing?
You hear a scream, and the door quickly throws open, blood rushing out. And Explosia looks daggers at everybody and says,
Not a word about a period joke.
No one sees
Also,
any
I'm
blood.
terrified.
Are you okay?
No one sees any
is
blood.
that a Sandy roll?
Yeah, sandy roll. No one sees any blood.
I see nothing. Explosia, what are you talking about?
I also see nothing. I agree with Jabba.
I don't usually see anything, though, so, maybe there is blood and I'm just not seeing it.
Caleb
Again,
pops
generally
his
speaking,
head
she
in.
didn't say blood. She just said nobody make a word about a period joke.
Yes, and Cosmic said too late because we already had. Sandy. So Sandy roll success. You still take 2, please.
Caleb
Sometimes
pops,
even when you succeed, you still lose.
Oh, yeah.
You just don't lose
Caleb
as
pops
much.
his head in, looks around. Does he see the tap? Anything was changed since Zandy went in?
No, still that drip. Drip.
All right. So you good?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I apparently just imagine things. Maybe it's the ghost.
Sure.
Okay, closes the bathroom door.
Oh, wait, one sec. I need to go back in here. One sec.
She goes over, takes her silver crucifix, and like bops the handle, and then proceeds to walk back out.
There we go. Vanished it.
As you bop the handle, the door swings in just that little bit, and you can see the blood flowing across the floor.
Narrows eyes,
I'm onto you.
slowly recedes.
Jesus protects me.
If you didn't have eyes, you wouldn't be seeing anything. You don't have to worry about hallucinations.
What if ghosts can make you see things, though? Have you ever considered that?
That'd be great if they could make me see anything.
Well, I hope you
Caleb
can.
just closes the door behind him, puts a chair in front of it.
There's
Can I
no
spot a chair?
There's no chair.
I was going to put a chair as just a barricade so no one can get out.
You can put a bike in front of it.
No,
You do have a bike.
I'm not going downstairs by myself.
You sure?
Nope. Nope.
Ando, Explosia, and would you like to do a listen check for me, please?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm great at these. Yep.
Okay.
Hey.
And Jabba, yes. So Explosia and Jabba, you can hear from the room that you're next to, not the bathroom or the toilet, but the room that you're next to, you hear a rattling of a windows.
A ghost. We must investigate.
These windows or like down here?
The room that you're next to, like the corridor, yes. Yep.
All right.
Well, Caleb with the light walks up to the door, trailing and so he's got some light to work with.
Oh,
Jabba's
trailing
trying to figure out
me.
where the door is.
Yes, you're the meat shield.
I'm not that much of a meat shield.
I'm an accountant. Why am I going to give them paper cuts?
You have the most dread power of all, math.
Explosia gets a panicked look across her face. She almost risks a sanity roll.
So as you look in and you peer into what looks to be a bedroom or maybe a spare bedroom, there's a bed frame sitting just on the inside of the door, leaning up against the wall. It's the mattress that sits on it is totally thread-borne, and it's essentially just the steel springs left bare on the as the mattress. All the material is long gone. Across from you, you can see a couple of bits of furniture, wardrobes, and bits and pieces. And across from the door is the window where you can just hear this unsettling rattling coming from. But you can't see anything from the door.
Well, do we go in?
Pushes.
Already
in.
trying to figure out where the door is. Just give me a minute. I'm tapping places.
I want
This room
to
doesn't seem to help much.
cross to go to wherever the wardrobe is and throw it open.
Over there.
Oh,
Yeah.
even better.
Okay. As you're back here, as you're both back here.
Yep.
Can I get a spot hidden check? I'm putting Jabber in the room as well. Spot hidden check from Explosia, Caleb, and Ander.
Nope.
No.
And Jabber's not getting a spot hidden check. Okay, so there's good news and bad news. We'll start with the bad news first, and we'll end with the good because that's the nice way of putting it. Can I get the bad news is, can I get a dex check for Caleb and Ander as you cross the room to go to the wardrobe?
Yeah.
No.
So not dex, like dodge.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
No, wait,
Alright,
no.
dodge.
Sorry, it's not dodge because you didn't spot. You didn't see what's coming at you, because what's coming at you. And I've got a handout for you, and I've got a different handout. Well, the same handout, but bigger scale on the broadcast. So, as you cross the room, and Explosion, you didn't even notice this until it was too late. The bed frame just launches itself across the room and hits Caleb and Ander. Because they didn't see it, they don't get to jump out the way of it.
Oh no.
On the upside, because you didn't see it, you don't lose your sanity. Because that's also a thing if you spot it. And Jabbersnatch, you can't see anything, so you don't lose your sanity. So it flies across the room.
How hard does it hurt?
Let's have a look. There's a plus to this. So, Ander, you take 5 points of damage as you're flung towards the window and thrown out of the window.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Out of the window?
Out of the window. Caleb, you take 6 points of damage as you fly out across the room and out of the window.
Do I want to spend the luck and get myself to that point or not?
To get yourself what?
No, it won't work.
It's like, oh yes, we thought about this beforehand, and we had a bed, like a jumpy castle, underneath the window. No.
No.
We are going out the window.
Yes. Can I get an athletics or something along them lines? A sleight of hand, really, from both you to try to grab onto the window.
You don't want me to roll sleight of hand. You buggered up my sleight of hand. It's 100.
Does
Oh yeah, no.
Does my dex from earlier count?
It's not a dex roll. Like, you rarely roll your attributes.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a climb check? Because
A
you're
climb
grip strength?
check, yeah. A climb check would be more appropriate, yeah.
Climb or like.
Yeah, probably not sleight of hand. It shouldn't be 100.
Yeah, I'll adjust that now.
It's 10 now, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, climb's gonna be what I use, I guess.
All I hear is a pair of screams as people go flying past outside the room.
And that's all Jabber always hears.
All right, so what do you want from me?
What was that loud noise?
What did you want from me again? A sleight of hand or a climb check?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fox, you may want to spend your luck.
I don't have enough.
That's 48 out of 20. That's,
Dude.
He doesn't have 28 luck.
All right, climb check.
Either one, yep. Ooh. So, as Ander flies out of the window, you kind of push Ander. Yeah, you push off Ander to then grab onto the frame of the window sill. You don't take any damage. Ander hits a tree on the way down and doesn't take any extra damage. but Andrew is outside while you are hanging from the door frame, or sorry, from the window frame. And
May I try and
yes?
May I try and tend to my wounds after I hit the ground?
Yes, but that would be after.
Yep.
Explosia, Jabber, what are you doing inside the room?
I was briefly busy grabbing Jabba and pulling him into the room. And I turn around and I see I hear a pair of screams, and then as I look around,
Where did they go?
You see this?
That was a very loud
thrown from the
noise.
window going,
Jabba, did you see what happened? Shit.
a little help! And you see his little fingers out near on the
Well,
on
you
the
don't.
windowsill.
You just there's a bed frame on now covering the window.
Oh, shivers.
Thankfully though, Caleb has the light, right?
Yes.
Caleb had the light.
Oh. Ooh,
No,
when the
Explosia looks at the bed frame and sees the light kind of beating out from the edges of the pillow, the covers, and it's kind of huh.
Jabba, come over here and help me with this thing. I believe our friends have been catapulted by a trap. A most devious, cunning, and plot.
Oh no! I will try my best.
Keep your non-existent eyes out for any traps.
Of course. I put out my hearing horn.
I'm
Swivel around.
as we slowly inch our way over, Explosive is holding Jabba's hand and using the cane to smack the floor. Hi, we'll find any traps if there are any. And assuming that there aren't any on the way over, we get over and push the bed aside.
Okay, can I get a combined strength, please?
Let's do this.
So it's just a strength with you. You'll take advantage of it, but you don't need advantage if you have that. That's right. Jabbersnatch had strength also as a dumb stat.
I'm an old man.
Yes.
Don't worry though. I wouldn't have been able to do it without your wonderful help, Jabba Snatch. Jabba. I don't know why I said Snatch.
That's my last name.
Instead of pulling it back, you just tip it over, and you can just see Caleb holding on, half out the window.
A little help.
And you can't really see him.
Okay, I'm going to help you. But first, Caleb, you have to tell me that you're not trapped by a ghost.
I'm not trapped by a ghost.
I believe you.
I help him up.
Okay. That was more
You can
convoluted
use
than
my
maybe.
cane.
Mm-hmm.
Just ghosts are like cops. They cannot lie.
I say with my 0 occult roll.
Caleb's just about to correct and go, you know what? No.
Yep. The good news about all that was the fact that no one actually saw it, which means no one loses sanity. That was the good news about it. If you did see it, you can lose sanity from that event. But Andrew, you're outside in the darkness. You can just see the light from the windows above. You're in pain. You took half of your damage or half of your health. I think that's a major wound.
I took half as well, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you take half as well?
I'm down. I was 6 to my health points at 12. I'm down to 6.
Okay, so can I get you to click on the body location in the dice rolls area? So Andrew, you've hurt your arm.
Ow.
And Caleb's hurt his abdomen, being crushed between the windowsill and the bed.
I've had a bad day. Can Caleb now look outside the window, looking behind him, make sure no one's going to push him out the windows because he's had a bad day? Caleb looks out, points the torch out the back, see if he can spot Ender.
Anders on the ground, hurting, holding his arm.
Here, let me help.
I turn on my flashlight. It floods the neighborhood. A dog barks in the distance.
Jabba's gonna squeeze through the window. Are you okay, Andrew boy? You took a mighty fall.
I'll be okay.
Well, that's
And he
good.
tries to start like bandaging himself and like trying to, you know, somehow make himself like at least a little bit better to continue through. So he's gonna try and as best he can first aid himself while
Yay! 1 hit point back.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
oh yeah.
As you
We
essentially
should probably
strap a
We should
piece
probably
of,
do first aid on Jap and Caleb.
as you essentially strap a branch, a thick piece of wood onto your arm to make a splint.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, we're going to come and get you. Hey, everybody, let's go get him.
No, just
No.
throw the rope. Just the
I
rope.
don't have the rope. It's still in the car. We didn't bring it in.
Why
Actually,
didn't
no,
you
I-
bring it in?
I did.
How do we bring
Hide
him
it.
into a house?
I did grab it because I was going to use it as a lead on Jabba.
I
I
have to
do
roll
have
to
the
see if
rope.
I ate it.
Yes.
Oh, actually, yes.
Or
Let's
misplaced
just go
it.
down and get him.
Oh,
You still could use a band-aid.
Place.
So, is the rope still on Jabba Snatch?
What role would that be for if I ate the rope or not?
I
Roll
think it
D4.
would
That
be
is the problem
less.
that happens.
I think it'll be less eating because you're not a goblin in this one.
Alright.
Roll
But
D4 and
misplacing
even
is certainly
got it.
a thing. So it's up to you
Roll
whether you want to
brawl against the
misplace
rope.
it. Because this is what constantly happens in the goblins game. Jabba Snatch is put on leashes. The leashes disappear.
Well, yeah, I mean,
How
it
would I
disappears.
justify a roll for myself for first aid? Oh, how can I do that?
Yeah.
Well,
I
we
don't
could-
have anything
so
on me, so I have to do
We
something. in
we
the
could
room.
have him do first aid on you because he's good at it.
But there's a justification. There's like, how
Yeah.
are you going to...
Ah,
Yeah.
It's not
like,
just
how would
I
I?
do a
Let-
roll.
let's
You've
let's
got
go.
to- How?
Let's go back outside. We can probably find something in the trunk.
Of course.
Advantages of having a car.
Guys,
Don't worry, Ender boy. I misplaced the rope. We'll go get another one. Meet us at the front door.
Yeah,
Can-
we just
can I at least have a light?
Throw Caleb attempts not to hit Ander and throws the light
Oh,
out for him.
you throw it and like explosives got like her giant one like over her head. It's
Pretty
like, oh,
much.
okay, we're doing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw the small one. Not gonna throw the big one.
So can you do a throw check? No, don't worry about that. Don't worry. You can just drop it out the window. It's
Yeah.
easy.
Throws.
And you reconvene out the front without any further incidents. What do you find from the boot of the car? What else was packed in the car?
Just a first aid pack. Basic thing of like, okay, you go and like I keep a first aid pack in my car for obvious reasons. So would that? Well, how much luck would I have to burn to get that?
It's just one. We're just using one luck per item.
Okay. And I'll give the first aid pack over to Anders because I imagine like Ander is like her pest control guy that she hired for this.
Mm-hmm.
So she probably knows he's able to deal with things like a snake bite or something like that.
Yep.
Okay. You handle the other two. I'm going to talk and boost morale.
Yeah, so I guess I'm going to first aid the both of them. So that was on Caleb. Let's is 10 luck worth it?
No.
Nope. And this one's on Jabba.
Gosh.
Nope.
Well, you
Don't worry,
guys.
I also have first aid, apparently. I'm pretty good at healing? Question mark.
Just take it
Why
from me.
did
Like,
I
I'll
do
do this
that?
myself.
Why did I put first aid on Jabba Snatch?
I don't know.
Oh, because no, Jabba
I
Snatch
mean,
actually has some medical.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Not much.
I think
though.
it makes sense, cleric.
No, Jabba Snatch has never healed anybody.
Oh gosh.
Sorry. So Jabba Snatch in the Goblin Show has, in all the episodes, has only healed once. Heals for 1 hit point, and that 1 hit point lasted 1 minute before it goes away, because that's what the spell does.
Oh gosh.
I've got 45 first aid,
Yeah.
so I could see that Anders screwed up and is going, grabs it.
So the
and does it
bandages
to
are all
himself.
over the place. Like you can't. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, all right. Rolling for my first aid now.
I am running one-handed here.
Is it my turn to try first aid?
Do it.
And
There we go.
And that's on who?
himself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jabba reveals the truth. He's actually really good at first aid, but only on himself.
Yep.
Listens
I get
to
injured
his
a
body.
lot.
Yeah.
So 1 hit point
Okay.
back for first aid. Healing is a little bit different in Call of Cthulhu. It's more healing over time. First aid is not really for this, but we're doing like a one shot, so yeah.
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 All right. Anyway, so
And I'm going to during this time I'm going to spend some time talking to Caleb because I can tell he's a little bit out of sorts, and I'm going to make a psychoanalysis roll to try to recover from some sanity for you.
That takes
what?
weeks.
I'm okay on
Oh.
sanity.
Yeah,
I'm really good on sanity.
you can't do
Okay.
like we don't have the time for. It's a
Yeah.
overtime recovery.
I see.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's keep going.
But
We're getting
that-
paid $25 for this.
Yeah.
It's
Charge 50.
definitely not enough. Definitely not enough.
No.
Oh, and when we're downstairs, I grab the bike and start bringing it up the stairs.
Okay. Now go bye.
Brings it upstairs and puts it under the bathroom.
Throws the bike in the bath. Take that for lying to me, ghost. You broke the one rule.
So you go into the bathroom to do it, or you at least
No.
open the door?
No.
Oh. Ruin all my fun.
I do go over to the door and place the crucifix against it, narrow my eyes one last time, and continue walking along with the bike. I squeak the bike horn.
So, and as you walk into this room with the torchlight, you see what looks to be 2 children's beds, and there's toys, there's a rocking horse, there's a rocking chair as well, and as you're scanning around the place, like you scan back, the rocking chair is moving, and it's got some dolls sitting in the rocking chair and just moving forward and back, just slightly in the darkness.
Explosia, don't look in here.
Okay.
Blinks.
It's creepy. We have dolls rocking in a rocking chair. We've got beds that I'm sure will throw me out a window.
Again.
Yeah, watch out
Again.
for those. That last one I think was spring loaded.
I
Okay.
want to more
Can I get a
focus my
sanity
light.
check, please?
Oh yeah.
For and
with
Explosia,
and with that
because you just explained what is in the room and what you've just
Right.
seen.
and with that I want to focus my torch on the chair in the corner.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wait,
Uh-huh.
did he actually say what was in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah. He
Would
did.
I be in hearing range since where I am now?
Yes.
You are, but he was specifically saying to don't go in
Oh,
this
okay.
room to Explosia. It's got this and it's got this, and yeah. So for Explosia, you succeeded. You don't take any. For Fox, you tried to share it, but in your case, you only take 1 sanity point, and you're looking at the doll in the rocking chair, and it looks like as you focus the light, it's got a smiling face on this cute little it's like a porcelain doll.
Guys, I want to break it.
Explosive is busy scribbling notes down about all the superstitious, weird stuff that's happening in here because that's what we were paid to do.
Is it this corner, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm going over and taking my bat to break it.
Yeah. You don't have to move your dragon, but you go over, you smash it, and as you smash it, and you look around the room, you just notice, like, as you smash it and you start, like, you're confident in yourself, you just look around and, like, all the other stuffed toys are facing you.
I want to continue
all
smashing.
of them are looking in directly. They're not moving. They're all looking directly at you.
I want to continue smashing.
I think that's a sanity.
Yeah, can I get a sanity check, please?
Oh, yeah.
You could have just moved on.
Oh. Nope. Yep.
Oh, that's
Failed
a good
that one.
That was close to a crit fail too. This is a bigger one than normal.
It's fine.
5 sanity.
Fine. It's fine. I'm great. I just dropped to 49.
Yeah, but there's a limit. You see. Anything over like 5 and over, like something else happens.
That's
So
fine.
as you're like running around and smashing everything and you like you're overreacting. Can you just click on the bouts of madness real time, please?
Oh, yeah. I can.
As you get so for the next 7 rounds, you have a phobia. And I'm guessing the phobia is going to be of stuffed dolls and animals and children's toys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
As you just start destroying, ripping up the room.
Yeah.
Caleb's just out there
definitely.
watching, looking at his watch, going, and you just hear this smash, smash, smash. I'm not going in there. Nope.
Sounds exciting. What's going on, guys?
I've noticed.
I'm pretty sure
Dorman.
he's beating up that creepy wooden chair.
Chair.
You
All
just
right.
jacked my furniture again? Oh dear.
Can I get an intelligence roll too, please?
From
From me?
Anda, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So there's
That's
only
not
one
good.
roll in this game which you want to fail.
Yeah.
Like,
Uh-huh.
There is one roll you want to fail, and that's the intelligence roll that's called out after a loss of insanity. Because you realize now what happened there. You can't brush this off. You realize that what just happened was not of this world.
Yeah.
Like, as you looked into the room, all the dolls were looking elsewhere, and like as you moved in, like from the corner of your eye, you're piecing it back together. Like they all moved as I moved in. They were all looking at me, and that realization is sinking in, and that's a more permanent issue for later.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay.
It's fine.
And with the extreme, that's probably even worse, but we'll deal with that.
Good to do.
So
Glad you got your stress out.
Oblivion.
Well,
Good luck, Andy.
I guess there's only one more room, so
You can do it. Ah, my voice is getting
well,
tired. Oof.
aren't you coming with me?
I'll go.
Yeah, don't worry.
Sidle
I'll
up.
come Jabba with you.
Oh,
I'll open the door.
yay.
Well, it takes me about 5 minutes to figure out where the door is, then 2 more minutes to figure out where the door handle is.
and
I
then-
finally
Left,
get
left,
the door
left,
open.
right. Now, No, you're twisting the hinge.
and then you figure out no, the door is actually open.
Ah, that was
That
the
was
trick
the
all along.
I'd like to think she was still trying to give you tips on how to open the door.
He has to do this for him.
Yes. Okay, so learn how to
Jabba
open
Snatch
doors.
will walk in and not get a description because I see nothing. Ander, what do you see?
Yep.
with this has happened before. So an ordinary bedroom with the double bed, bookshelf, and a window view. Apparently, this was the room of Vitrollo and Gabriella, the previous residents. More crosses and candles are here. A rosary and breviary rest on one of the bedside tables. It seems that the religious connotations and the religious side of things is certainly only one side. It's not both the parents.
All right. Well, I want to go just start rummaging through things.
Yep. So
Caleb walks in slowly.
spot hiddens,
I
please.
smack things around with my cane.
I'm not going to stay out here in the hallway alone. That last time that happened, a bunch of blood exploded on me.
Yeah. Oh my god. The rolls have been horrible all day.
I'll roll my spot hidden. I love this. The Chuckle Fuck squad is doing terrible.
But this is sometimes what you want in Call of Cthulhu.
It
You don't
is.
want to see the shit.
We're legit just going to walk out of this house without doing a damn thing. We're going to say, yep, it's
you
kind of
had
haunted.
to.
Yay. So Explosion notices one thing that stands out in the room is that the bed. The bed seems to be made up in a way which only is going to accommodate one person.
Okay. Explosive looks at the bed, braces herself, dives to the floor. I'm ready for you, bed.
You dive to the floor. You're looking under the bed.
Sure.
Do you want to look under the bed?
You know, when you ask it like that, I think that you're up to something, but I do.
There's nothing. Don't worry.
I wanted there to be some horrible monster.
When your keeper says, "Do you want to look under the bed?" You don't look under the bed.
No.
No.
We did that on Monday. So
I do look under the bed for mechanisms
Yeah.
to fling it.
Yeah,
Actually, yeah,
there's
that
no
makes sense.
mechanisms. But
Good.
it does seem like the bed is at least made up only for one person instead of two. Like only one side of the bed, like it's all the pillows on one side instead of both sides.
Okay.
And it's the side
Well,
with the religious stuff.
This seems to be I believe that this is the bed that would be the head of the house.
Or a guest bedroom.
Well, is this it?
I think we have to explore downstairs or something.
Okay.
Jabba, that's where the worst stuff and most dangerous stuff, isn't it?
Usually. Shall I
Awesome.
go first?
No. No.
Explosive over here, untouched.
Yeah, actually.
Caleb walks out of the room, just going.
Yeah, I guess we try and head to find like a basement.
Okay.
Oh, I grabbed another crucifix.
Grab another crucifix.
I'm dual fisting crucifixes here.
That sounds totally wrong. So
Do you
I'm just going to
wanna-
cover the
Loves
map,
me.
and we'll move the tokens
Yeah.
where I can then
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
slide them between the two maps. I think someone's over top of someone else. There we go. So you haven't found a basement, but in the kitchen there was a door which you'd never opened, and around the side of the kitchen, on the first floor, on the ground floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I vote that we have Jabba open it.
Sure.
Absolutely. Give you a few minutes to find it.
5 minutes
Once
later,
again,
after a game
look
of
for the
trying
door.
to pin the tail of the donkey or trying to open a door with one person.
Yep.
So the door there.
I open it.
Um,
Eventually.
so the door seems to be locked or stuck.
Apparently, the door does not wish to be opened. We will need strength to open this door.
I guess I'm going to try and shoulder my way through another door without falling down the stairs, may I add.
How are you going to?
Can I do a
Qualify
spot
that.
hidden to see if the key is actually right next to the door?
There doesn't seem to be like a lock. So possibly it would be more of a stuck than anything
All
else.
Ander,
Yeah.
rather than trying to simply bust through the door with a brute force, why don't we try to just knock the handle off?
I mean, sure. Let's try that first.
I'm telling you, it might need a big old kick in the face. One would say.
I will spend some to make that a success.
That's a lot to spend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I-
7.
Don't worry, I got a backup idea.
So, hold on. If you have a backup idea, I'm not spending then.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Explosia is going to go and find a table of sorts somewhere around the house.
Massive dining
Throw the table
table.
at the door.
Nice dining table.
Massive. 7-place dining table. 7-person. Mahogany. Heavy.
I look at Jabba, bring him with me, and then I remove the inner thing of the dining table, like all good long dining tables have, and then shorten it.
Modern
do that?
dining tables have that.
Darn it!
No.
That's for an extension. This is a full mahogany 7.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else around that we've seen that is large enough that could be used as a, so say, battering ram by all 4 of us?
Maybe in the you saw bits of furniture in one of the rooms, which you never really went into, and the only room you didn't go into in this floor itself has broken down furniture, and
Okay.
you can find something from there.
Okay. I'd like to grab, I don't know, a smaller table maybe, and then just like get everybody behind it.
Okay, on 3, we're going to knock this door down with our combined forces.
Teamwork.
Okay.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Okay. So
Uh,
that's what's been said. As you get, is that what you're going to go for?
yeah.
It's been said.
I'm guessing that I'm rolling strength with advantage of
Yes,
the
with
party.
advantage of the party,
Okay.
backing you up.
So there's
Oh, yeah.
There's times where extreme success is not good. This is one of them, because in this case you're trying to knock through something with force, with all 4 of you trying to knock through something with force. In which case, you easily dislodge the door frame from it too easily, and you keep on going. A normal success, you just would have opened it.
Well, wait. What I'm trying to do is like, the reason I'm doing this is a battering ram method of.
Oh yeah, no, but we kept running.
That's what I'm saying. The extreme success is you went so far above what was needed that the momentum carried you forward.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
That's
yeah.
what I'm
no,
saying.
no. The thing is, I was trying to do it like in place, because that's the point of a battering
Which
ram.
would have
You can
worked
gather
if you
more
just succeeded.
force.
Yeah, it's extreme
Yeah.
success. We went through the door. We didn't know when to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just put too much effort in, is what we're saying. And putting too much effort in, you start sliding down the stairs into the darkness.
Okay.
Oh dear.
We are charging downstairs in the darkness.
With a table
Just-
that has a battering ram.
Yep.
Okay, so Explosia, you actually take damage finally. 4 points of damage as you slide down the stairs.
Can we roll dexterity or something to keep our balance from falling? To like run down the stairs rather than trip?
Would you like to push? And this is a push. This means if you fail, you get more damage. To use dodge, not dodge, climb, or jump.
I am good in all of those. For some strange reason.
No pain, no gain. Let's do this. If I die over like this, it's gonna be hilarious.
Okay.
Okay, everybody ready? Got a 40%.
Which one are you using? So you're propelled forward after the door flies open easier than you thought, and you're keeping on going. Instead of falling down, what are you doing instead?
I'm going to grab. Is there a railing?
There is a railing.
Okay, I'm going to try to grab the slower momentum. Climb.
Okay. We'll re-roll that damage. It may be less. It's just a bigger dice. It is less. 3 points of damage.
Okay. My amazing plan paid off.
As you go sideways over the railing into a dark room. Anyone else?
I'm
Caleb.
good taking whatever damage you gave me.
I was on the back of the table. I see the door open. I'm going to use Dex to let go of the table and let everyone else run forward.
That'll be a dodge, not a dex.
Dodge,
There's a
it's
skills,
dodge.
not characteristics.
Okay. Either way, I'll do it. I'll do a dodge.
Oh, yeah.
As you just let go
Flip to that.
and you watch them keep going. You don't take any damage.
Good, because I'm on 6 still.
Yeah, Jabba.
I shall also, because of my measly strength, I don't have a very good grip with my old man hands.
And you weren't
And
helping
I
anyway.
died.
Yes.
I wasn't really helping a whole lot of.
I'm helping.
Basically, everyone else moved ahead of me and dragged me with them. I will attempt to let go.
I was back right, you're back left.
Nope, I was carried with them.
Would you like to
Wait.
spend a luck? You're one off.
One luck.
That would be worth it.
Why not?
Yeah. So at the very end, as the momentum pumps up, you just it gets pulled out of your hands, and you stopped, and everyone others keep going. Thank you for the luck bonus. Is that for anybody or for everybody?
Everybody.
That's for everybody. Okay. We'll do because it came in now. Everybody, you get a D4 to add to your luck point.
2. And chat, you can, if you want to support the union of Explosia and Jabba's cooperation, spend more money to give us more luck.
Guys,
I got
Fox is trusting in everybody, and everybody just let him down. And I'm now falling down with a table down the staircase.
Don't worry, I'm technically falling with you.
And can I get? Are you
Go
pushing your
team.
roll, or are you just accepting
No.
the damage? that you
No,
have to
I'm
take?
just straight up accepting it because I thought the whole team was with me, and they're not.
So you take 4 damage.
Ow.
Yep.
Oh,
So it was
Yeah.
a D4. If you push your luck, you're risking a D6.
maybe try
Yep.
pushing luck.
Nope, nope.
Okay, let's
Nope.
do it. Just take the damage.
You're on 4.
Yep.
Just the table falls on top of you you fall down the stairs. You're like, okay, that wasn't as bad as I boom. And then Explosia lands on top of the table.
Uh-huh.
Oh, ouch.
So we have that.
Now Caleb starts walking down the stairs.
Okay.
Good hustle, guys. We did too good.
Caleb starts walking down the stairs.
Guys,
Can I get a dex? Sorry, can I get a Is it dex or dodge?
Oh no.
dodge.
Where am I? No, dex for this one.
Nope.
Okay. So as you start walking down the stairs, the stairs seem old, but they're taking your weight. Then suddenly they move from underneath you and shake, and you lose your footing. Do you want to do a climb, a jump, or other way of avoiding any damage, i.e. pushing your roll?
I'll accept the roll.
Okay.
Wait, can I push for him to take any damage if I fail? To take some damage if I fail to try to catch him?
Yeah, but it might be half damage shared.
Yeah. So I'd like to try to catch him to arrest his fall.
What skill are you using
what
for
would
a
that be?
catch? Like, you're going to
Strength?
describe that. Like, we don't use attributes, we use skills.
Oh,
So
okay.
generally, like, we rarely use attributes.
Okay. There's really not a catch roll.
There isn't. There's a climb, but that's not really that.
Yeah. Honestly, I think Dexter, Strength are the only things that are that.
So we'll do half dex. So a dodge.
Okay.
You're helping him dodge by you trying to take that,
Okay.
which is a half dex.
And if on a failure, we collide heads.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take it.
Let's do this.
Nope.
Yep. So half damage between both of you.
Yep.
Which actually also means a higher dice. So you both take 1.
I'll take it.
The potential's there for more damage because you can hurt each other higher, but you both take 1 damage. And Jazzmatch, you do you realize that they've all gone?
Probably not. Do I have to roll listen to see if I'm alone?
I think it might be obvious that with all the noise going down the stairs and the falling.
Explosive's also coming up the stairs after you, but she's like on all fours after seeing what happened to Caleb.
And I'm just slowly trying to figure out where the step is with my cane, like here. And then I'm like, also because I'm an old man and have bad knees, I'm slowly stepping down and doing the same thing over and over again.
As you start to go downstairs, like Explosive just kind of like touches you, like
I'm right in front of you. One sec.
and she like grabs you, lowers your butt down to the ground, and like we do like the dog slide down the stairs.
The baby
One
slide.
butt step at a time.
Like, okay.
Because if the grown adult nearly tripped, the old man gonna break his neck.
As you go down in that fashion, like again, like all the stairs seem solid, but every now and then they slide fluidly underneath you.
Explosive realizes something. Butt slides all the way back up, like crawls all the way back up, and places the bike in between the door so that it can't lock shut.
Hey, that bike came in handy after all.
She's read a ghost story.
Single ghost story.
I was wondering why the bike was being carried around.
That is exactly why I was carrying it.
From my vision I had earlier, would I recognize this as the church?
No.
Okay, good.
This
I
is
see a
not-
big.
Gonna,
Okay, good.
I'm just gonna explore down this way in the storage.
Yep. Can I get a
Just figure out.
spot then?
Yeah,
What are you looking
why
for? What are you
not?
figuring out? I can give it a description if that helps.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
And then I
Just
can.
wondering. Okay. So I've actually gone down the stairs. Yay. Okay, the smallest room is scattered with tools, pipes, trash can lids, a number of nails, screws, and so forth. And there's a lot of shelves and shelving around the edges. So building materials, sharp things, saws, all the fun bits and pieces. Looks like I haven't been touched for years.
Explosive bunkers behind her little pot lid, knowing that there's some sort of ghost that's around here.
Everybody be careful. Ghosts like to throw things.
Can I grab? Is there a handsaw?
Yeah.
Can I grab
do
a hand-
search? Do a search.
Yeah. Well,
You don't find a handsaw.
it's really like, well, essentially I was looking for tools for weapons for these people because I am the only one with a true weapon.
Would you like to announce that so other people do searches?
Yes.
Okay.
Please, guys, find anything that you can attack with.
All
If there's
right.
a ghost, it's not going to help us.
Oh my word.
You're the one who chose
Don't
this.
worry. I shall find something. As I tap around with my cane,
Yep.
slowly wobbling around the room.
Yep.
Jabba, you don't need anything. You have a cane.
Can I get a
Oh,
search check for
I
Jabba?
do.
I know the number that I've got on his sheet though.
Is that spot hidden or something else?
It's spot hidden, yeah. Spot hidden is
Yep,
the search.
okay,
I'm
cool.
used to that term, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Nope. I see nothing.
Yep, nobody sees nothing.
I still have concussion from being those stairs.
So that's everybody except for Explosia, who
Okay.
refuses because of...
Explosia isn't. Explosia's not looking for a weapon. Explosia's just looking around the room for anything.
Okay, so you can do a search to look around the room in general.
Okay, and she's going to turn on the floodlight very briefly and just scan it across the room.
Okay. So as you're looking around the room, you're not looking for a weapon, but you can see on one of the shelves there's an old knife that's sitting on the shelf. The blade looks maybe a bit rusted, but looks like a carving knife or something along them lines sitting on the shelf. And then it flies off into the group. Who's got the lowest luck at the moment?
I have the highest.
I have
Turn
not.
slowly to Jabba.
Who's got the lowest? What are our numbers?
Jabba. 18.
So 18.
I have 9.
18, 9,
13?
13.
No, 11.
Nick?
I'm sorry.
Nick, how much have you got?
How much for what was it again?
How much
Luck.
luck have you got left?
Oh, 7.
Okay, so I love the rules how it states that, like, don't, and this is actually in the rules which I was reading, which I loved, which was, don't try to single people out, don't feel bad about single people out, like about having to choose a random target. So instead of doing that, choose the player who has the lowest luck score, because that is a consequence of having low luck.
Don't worry, I had 5 before.
You're welcome. My cheers boosted your mood.
As the knife flies off the shelf and flies straight at Jabba. Can I get a sandy roll, please, for seeing it fly off the shelf?
No, he doesn't. Oh, from Explodia.
For
I
Explosia,
don't see anything.
because that's the case of having it. Oh my god, it's extreme success as well. Oh no, it's extreme strategy. So you think it's like catapulted off, or like spring loaded or something. The knife hits Explosia.
Yeah.
So it hits Jabba Snatch. Jabba.
As soon as Explosia sees it, she's going to call out because I was prepared for things to fly off the walls.
You were. But the knife slides past through the darkness, doing 3 points of damage to Jabba.
I called it.
And 100 for the chuckleheads. I think everyone's the chucklehead, so I think that's everybody getting
Yeah.
D4.
Yay!
I do love that my cast donate, but you don't have to.
No.
Guys,
Cthulhu.
I broke the threshold. I'm at 20 luck right now.
But you're not spending any, so it's not coming in useful.
Oh
That's the thing.
yeah, a whole 1.
Oh, 2.
But Jabba, you get hit by 3 points of damage as this knife flies past you. Explosia thinks that it was spring loaded, a trap of some sort.
I think Explosia is expecting it to be a ghost. It's just this isn't terrifying to her for some reason. Because there's a certain kind of simple mind that can look at the supernatural and go, that happened, but also go, okay, supernatural, it's just ghost stuff.
Haunted, I guess.
Yeah, it's
Just
just
roll body
haunted.
location for where the knife
You
stabbed
don't
me.
have- It flew past. Like it didn't stay in you. It like slashed you as it went past.
Oh.
Thing is, just
Okay.
moved an earlobe. That helps.
Just slits my throat. Done.
No.
No.
I mean,
Um,
almost.
Caleb fuzz.
I am down to 4 hit points.
Oh no.
I don't have a whole lot of hit points. I am an old man.
Ex-
Very
ex-
close to death's door.
Explosia is going to like start guarding Jabba with her little pot lid.
Okay. You start guarding Joe with the little pot, and you look down. And it's like garbage bin lid, bigger shield.
What?
Oh yeah, because
There's trash can
you're
lids.
spot hidden.
But there's also trash can lids, much bigger than a
Oh,
pot.
okay. Yeah, go and grab a trash can lid. Thank you.
Like
Thank you,
walking
GM. You
past,
give.
like,
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, because you got hard success in the spot hidden.
Yay!
it's also in the description of the room. No one
Oh,
listens.
okay.
No, you don't.
I don't.
Nobody listens.
I'm playing in character. Okay.
Yes. So, Andrew, as you explore the area, you haven't seen the knife move again. You haven't seen the knife; it just disappeared into the darkness. You move into what seems to be a coal chute and coal storage, and without even like having to do like searching, you can obviously see that the coal chute itself that leads from the outside, it's been nailed shut.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
Hmm.
Should have brought a crowbar.
Wow,
Oh,
it's
well.
almost like somebody really didn't want people down here.
I want to break it down with a baseball bat.
It's you think it's because it's like a bit more solid. You think it's going to take a lot more time to really get through.
Can I use one of a luck and find a crowbar in the room?
There's you could use a luck and find maybe a crowbar or shovel or something to.
Okay.
All right. I'll do that. Actually, no, I'll do it because I want to suggested it. I
Yeah.
spend a luck and find a crowbar.
Okay, so leaning against the door is the crowbar, and you now have a crowbar.
Oh, wait, there it is.
Caleb walks into the room, goes to the coal chute, and just goes, "Don't worth $25 per hour, maybe."
Yeah.
And
So-
starts undoing.
Undoing the big nails.
Yep.
The coal chute is essentially just a little, like not a trap door, but like a side trap door, and a little like a run. So you pour the coal from bags outside into
Yep.
a storage area like this. And so
All the stuff that's going on, Caleb is just making sure that he's always got an escape path out. No matter what, he wants to get out of here if he has to.
Yeah.
I've been noticing these ideas.
Yeah. It's we're smart at least in one regard. Also, I think we're letting the evil out, but hey. Oops.
Not my fault.
Yeah, it's the neighborhood's problem
Yeah.
now.
Hell, evil comes out, property values plummet, you buy the properties, you're good.
Yeah. The thing is, technically speaking, if some evil ghost gets out of here and starts terrorizing the neighborhood, that just means more people are going to die and more mysteries for us.
Exactly. More business.
Yeah, so really, we should just open all the windows and everything and just leave.
All right. Is there anything else in the room, or is that it for that room?
That's it for that room.
Okay. Leaves room.
Oh.
Out. See.
That's all I see.
Oh. I'm. Yeah. Well, I checked the entire room, so because I have the floodlight that could basically fill the room.
Yep.
Nothing
Well,
else
you still
in the
got a
room.
torch. There's not a full
Yeah.
floodlight. It's still just a torch.
Yeah, it's a really powerful torch though. So
Between me and Explosia, we've pretty much
the
got the room-
1920s floodlight.
Yeah. We've got the room covered. There's nothing else that we can see.
There's nothing else you can see.
Yeah.
You don't see the knife again.
I want to see that knife again.
And I'm holding Jabba's hand.
Well, I guess this is just it.
Yep. No more ghosts. We go home. And I want to take my 50% cut of that $25 that you owe me. That's
okay.
per contract.
Oh, don't worry, guys. We can't stop here. We have to find the ghost. I will start chanting to call Cthulhu.
Do it.
Mythos?
Mythos.
Please fail. Thank you.
Yes. This is a case of.
Can I
please
use
fail.
luck?
You can use luck if you have it, but I don't think you've got enough for that one, seeing you've got the lowest. But as you start trying to chant and start trying to, can I get a power check, please? This is an opposed roll. I can almost never fail this, but for the first time I failed it.
Wow.
Roll
Roll your power.
Yeah.
Never look for it.
Oh, jeez, you just bitch slapped a ghost.
Yeah.
Whale!
But do you want to? As you're trying to call forth and you feel just at the edge of your mind something else trying to enter. Trying to help you.
Oh, enter my body?
Enter your mind and body, trying to help you with the...
No, because I know what's going to happen. I am an old man, cultist, very experienced in these things.
Damn.
It possessing me would not solve our problem.
But it's got
Do you-
better
Or even
Cthulhu
help them.
mythos.
With that roll, do you think you could like sniff out where like the ghost is coming
It's
from?
close.
Like
That
where
is what I would like to
its
do.
source is?
It's close. The
Close.
presence
It's
is
close.
Okay, I got an idea. Ander, start tapping first start tapping all the walls, then start tapping the floor.
Sure. I'm going to tap all the walls
Everybody listen carefully.
to find a hidden potential door.
Okay.
I put out my ear horn and listen carefully.
Oh God.
Oh yes.
I'm gonna regret doing this.
And I'm going to just spend 3 to make that an extreme.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So
I'm excited.
as you're tapping the walls and you're tapping to, you find what looks to be like, you find that there's a hollow crawl space between on that side wall where you're at. But as like from the extreme part of the wall, you hear like there's something behind, something small, something familiar. Rats.
Yes.
Lots.
Yes.
And lots and lots of rats.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready.
As
Okay.
in Indiana Jones, Last Crusade, rats. Just swarms.
Yeah. I've got animal handling. We're fine.
Explosive here's like do you explain what's behind there?
Oh yeah. I'm just like, guys, I'm in my element. We got crawl space and there's a ton of rats. We're okay.
Good luck.
No.
Nope.
I totally have your back from all the way over here. I'll even turn on the floodlight.
Turns on the
Now,
light.
is the crawl space like right next to me or is it like up higher?
You're tapping along the wall. The crawl space is all that side, but you're tapping along the wall. You think there's a weaker point up near the top, like up here.
Okay. I want to take Jerry out and be like, go make some friends for us. And I want to let him, go do his thing.
So, are you going to like poke a hole in the wall with your baseball
Yeah.
bat and? Yep.
Yeah. And then send Jerry on his way.
Wait, 1 second. Ender.
Explosive
Yeah.
goes over to you, and I'm going to spend 1 luck to pull out a can of mace from my bag. Because if you get swarmed by a bunch of rats and have to defend yourself, can of mace. Spray it at them.
Is mace animal repellent though?
It's It is tough. I think anything with a good sense of smell is going to hate it.
Yeah. I'm not even going to ask for an animal for a listen check, but as you release your pet rat into the crawl space, you hear the hive start screeching and squealing, and like your pet rat comes back out of the hole shortly afterwards.
Yeah.
All of it?
All of these pet rat, not just bits.
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And then, like, you're hearing clawing right behind the wall, right where you're standing. And you can see the hands, like the little claws and the little teeth, biting at where you poked the hole. They're looking like they're expanding the hole.
Right, but like, I want to like pick up Jerry and be like, "We good?"
You can't talk back. This isn't D&D, but you
Right.
think it's not good. As
All right,
rats
guys,
start spilling out.
Let's go.
Guys.
Let's go. Andrew, let's run.
I probably get to about here before it starts breaking through.
No, you can take an in combat and things like that. You can do an action or do something. So what is
I'm
your
running.
something? You're just running. You're bailing.
I'm running back to here to like get a better position for what is to come.
Yeah. So
Can
yep.
Caleb grab the table that we use as a battering ram? Was it big enough to block the space between the stairs and the where pretty much Jabber is standing right now? Is it big
Yeah.
enough to actually barricade
Yes.
that area off?
Yep.
Caleb does that.
Okay.
Okay.
So you put a
See
shield
you, Randa.
essentially.
Bye.
down to-
Guys,
We're supporting you from behind you.
We believe in you.
No, twin.
Don't worry.
I am slowly like ushering Jabba up the stairs, like crawling wise, because I know he can't get up if we need to rush.
Oh, I'm not running. I didn't run because I'm going to spend a luck to say that my cane is a cane sword. From my cane.
An heirloom cane sword.
Oh,
I
nice.
was totally
Okay.
expecting this the entire
Yeah.
freaking time.
Nice. Okay, in that case, I'm going to spend a luck too, and I'm going to pull out. They had hairspray back then, didn't they?
Oh, come
Not-
on.
yeah.
Not in the way
No.
you think. That's 50s.
Darn it, you're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, darn it. Come on, 30 years time advance. Let's go.
So in like the aerosol cans
Okay.
a little bit later.
That's fine. In that case, Explosive is just going to stay behind here.
Mm-hmm.
You
All
guys are
right.
such great teammates.
And Andrew, maybe spray this thing just in case.
This is
Are
not
you
going well.
throwing it to me?
Nope. Just
I didn't hear that, but 7 more years aerosol gets invented.
Oh, damn it.
7-year time skip. Are we done
What?
yet?
Explosive reveals that her father was actually designing the prototype. No.
That's 20 luck, I bet.
Okay. I'm ready. Let's do this. Whatever happens,
All
happens.
Eric Rotem from Norway was the chemical engineer in 1927.
Mm-hmm.
that's my father's name.
No.
Really? So they start moving and they start swarming. They see you first, like they see Ander because you're out in everywhere, and they start coming towards you. We'll do initiative. And initiative is done differently than what you would normally do. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Initiative goes directly from your dex. So we have Ander. What's your dex?
Okay.
60.
Jabba. What's the dex?
70.
7. Oh, it's not coming to where it needs to be. Just go add. So 60 and 70. Oops, that didn't work around. Explosia.
65.
Also, I can now see the map. I can only see my token, though. I am completely blind.
What? I
can finally see things.
down
but
the
it's
bottom
all
of the map,
dark.
though, is where you might be. Bottom of the map?
Yep.
Yeah, zoom out all the way.
Yeah, there's multiple
No,
tokens on the map.
I see the token, yeah.
Yep.
Because I could see my token, but my token was surrounded by darkness.
Can you see Explosia now?
Yeah.
Cool. So you can't see right this position. You just can't see the light.
It's,
Well, I can't see
Dynamic-
anything, technically.
yeah, dynamic lighting's doing a lot of weird stuff. We've got Ender, Jabba, Explosia, Caleb.
65.
I've spelled that wrong, so...
Close enough.
Explosia is just going to turn Jabba in the relative right direction.
I have a sword now. Is it okay if I put down the machete?
Yes, machete.
Do not
that's
swing
awesome.
back.
I'll try.
Okay.
No promises.
So we start with Jabba. What are you doing as the rats start moving towards the barricade?
Towards the barricade.
Yes. You've got a barricade right in
shall
front of you. Of a table.
climb over the barricade so I don't hurt any of my friends. This time.
You don't have to climb over, as in it'll come up to about your chest as a turned over
I
table.
am an old man. I have to climb over that.
It is putting yourself in danger, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. I have 4 hit points and a sword. Let's do this.
Okay, go. Yep, sure.
Do I have to actually succeed on my climb check?
No,
Because
you
if that's
don't.
my chest, then I am an old man.
You can either deliberately fail it, or you can
Can I roll climb?
roll climb if that's what you want to do.
Okay. I
You
fumble.
don't-
I fall over.
You don't.
Well, I tried.
At 65, Explosia and Caleb, what would you like to do?
I'm doing nothing. The whole idea I have is you barricade, one exit, they're going to go out the coal chute. They won't get out of there. They won't go to the coal chute. I don't care about property values. That's what I'm doing.
Explosia, what are you doing?
Explosia is realizing these rats are going to be eating Jabba, her new grandfather, whom she loves. Explosia reaches into her bag and pulls out another can of mace. Daddy always said carry 2. And Explosia is going to just spray haphazardly at the area of the mice, trying to hold them at bay.
Okay, so you spray in front of the barricade, and you're still in front of the barricade. What are you doing?
Yep.
The swarm's out. The swarm's moving through the room.
Is it moving towards me or?
Oh yeah,
towards...
it's spreading out towards the room. It's spreading out everywhere. They are going to they are past you in parts. They just haven't.
I mean,
haven't acted.
I guess. I am the humane pest control. So I want to I want to step back towards my friends and get over the barrier. So I'm on the other side of the barrier, just, and try to sweet talk these rats into not eating us.
So, out of character, these rats are if these rats aren't like being ghost controlled, they're presumably just really hungry and seeing like fresh meat. If you have like meat that you could throw out to them, perhaps as like a thing.
No, I am straight up just trying to charm these rats.
Do you want
Okay.
the flute?
And I can
You
spend
have enough luck to do
a
that.
lot. Yeah.
Do it, Pied Piper these rats.
Hold
This
on.
is amazing.
I'm going to spend let's see, I need 13. Oh yeah. I am going to spend
Wait, hold up 1 second.
No, last time we did this, we went through a door.
I'm
Okay.
Pied Pipering the rats.
One sec.
Okay.
Ander,
It's a good back.
do it. Roll it. Get your extra luck into this.
Wait.
Go
so-
for mega success.
I get a D4 or D6.
Everyone gets D4s.
No, it was
Oh, so it's D6s, right?
directed. It was
D6.
directed to Anders, so Anders should get
Okay.
D12.
Wait,
Because it was double.
trying to think.
It's-
What have we
it's-
got?
It's just double the dice. Just roll twice.
Yes, double the time.
So,
Wait, no, we should be up to
D4.
D8s actually, because this is our
Oh,
third
okay.
donation.
yeah.
D8.
Yes, this is our third donation.
Yeah.
It's D8s, and it's
Okay,
directly to you,
roll
so
it.
you do 2D8.
2d8. Do it.
Oh,
Uh-huh. Okay.
So
Okay.
that's an extra 11. Plus I have, an extra 4. So that's 15. So I can get it to extreme.
Yes.
I'm going to extreme and having 2 luck left.
And can we get D10s
thank you.
for everybody?
Yeah.
For everybody, thank you for the donation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I get a 10 back. So great.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
So if I take that all the way to
Great.
1, how much more of a success is that?
You don't need to critical. You just need to get 3.
All right. So I have used everything down to get to 3, and then now I'm back up to 12.
Oh,
And I'm up
gosh.
to 20. How the hell?
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
So, DM.
you Pied Piper the
Keeper.
rats. And they start listening to you. They start start moving to where you need to be. The amount of rats still come out, and more. Like the swarm itself is about a foot deep in this size room.
Oh, jeez.
Not a foot deep,
I
but
want
like
to,
half a foot.
with my Pied Pipering, I want to send them out the coal chute
Into the
direct them
neighborhood?
out the coal chute. Yeah. Yeah.
He's making business.
Which will make
Yep.
business because it's all office buildings in the area.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
Uh-huh.
gosh, it's amazing.
Uh-huh. I need to expand my business here.
Yes.
Sorry, it's just...
You think you're going to have a lot of business in the surrounding area for a long
These
time.
business cards.
Business cards would be a good idea.
Yeah.
If you don't.
Oh
have-
yeah. So after I send these rats out, can I go through that crawl space?
Yes, you can.
We just did all that stuff for turn order and that, and we just go.
You just spent everything just to open up a crawl space.
I have no regrets.
I'll move everyone closer to the crawl space. There we
Oh
go.
my word.
That was hilarious.
That is great.
Um,
Woo!
and
so
you're into
I'm in
this
the
crawl
wall
space.
space.
Yay! The smell here is disgusting. As if a hive of rats used to live here. Oh my god, they did.
Um,
I spend
From-
one luck point and puff some perfume in there.
from
you
this
visually
side,
see the perfume get pushed back out. The pink mist just gets pushed back
Explosia
out.
looks on in horror, takes 1 sanity damage.
from this side, can I try and bust a hole through the next wall?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I want to do this. You
Caleb
want
goes
me
enjoys
to
Xander.
damage, or is it just
It's
go
gonna be-
ahead?
You just go ahead and you bust through. There is a place where you can do it. Like I've got a weak point, but no, you just stuff this, and you move through.
Okay.
And you move
Alright.
through to another.
Explosive's kind of hanging back and holding Jabba, still ready to for that knife to make a comeback.
Now, because this is just hold on. Because this is out of scale, we're going to move you a bit bigger. Just increase the size, just because to make it clearer. Because we're going to zoom in the map a bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
The power is flowing through us.
Oh my word.
And it's moving
You did
explosively out the
so
way.
well.
Come on, move. There we go. It keeps on clicking back.
And Explosia can stay small. It's fine.
There we go. No, it kept on clipping itself back. That was the issue. So
Okay.
as you move into the room, this room has seemed to be sealed for a long time. The floor is clay. It's just clay on the ground, compared to the wooden floorboards of elsewhere in the house and even in the basement.
You hear Explosive call out,
What's in there, guys?
he says, holding her nose, looking into the hole.
I'm gonna kind of step in and try and get a better look of things. Oh, I see
Yes.
something on the.
So let's get
Edge
the
of-
description, and we've got a handout.
go ahead.
Giant four.
Okay.
So get this properly working. No resizings. There we go. So lying dead on a pallet in the center of the room is a drawn wooden-looking wizened figure. So is a drawn wooden-looking wizened figure, some 6 feet long, skinny, naked, ghastly white, eyes just indentations in the head and vacant. A saucer-like nose, sharp as a knife. Some sort of chain rests around his neck. Stop moving. Stop moving. Naughty. So a chain rests around his neck. His hair is lost. So all his hair is lost. And sunken gums make his teeth look very long and sharp. Yeah, so his teeth look very long and sharp, and form what looks to be a cunning and conniving grin on his face. And that is what you see. And let's do a picture.
Explosia. It's a very scary body.
Okay, I'm not going to ask any more questions. I'm just going to assume we found like the source of this, and I'm going to check that box on this sheet. And I think we can go, guys. Let's go.
Jabba,
No.
Jabba, can you have a power check, please?
My calling? Of course.
Let's get this out of the way. A success with a 35. Now I can actually use the real one, so you can kind of maybe see what I've been rolling all this time. And how, like, yeah. That's what I've been rolling all this time. As the level.
Like a ghost.
So Jabba, what you see in front of you, directly in front of you, and I do say see,
Ooh.
is you see Ander, not as Ander, but Ander as how can I put this for Jabba? Like Ander is this like horrible monster coming at you with a baseball bat or with a club in his hands.
I have to take up my sword, but put that down, boy. Don't want me to use my parrying skills.
You're first in
Jabba?
initiative.
Oh, I am first initiative? Awesome.
Yes, you are.
Is there a, I go into a defensive rapier stance as I stare down this ghostly ghoul of Andir Boy.
What do you see, Grandpa?
I see Anders, but as a monster that is wielding a bat. Be careful. Explosia, he might have gone mad again and tried to
Oh
hit you
no,
with a
he's
bat.
possessed by the ghost.
I'm over here.
Am I actually pointing at him or somewhere else?
No, you can see exactly where he is. You can see exactly where he is. You're pointing exactly at him.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, on guard. I don't know if there is a defense and/or dodge action, but that is what I'm doing. I'm going into a defensive stance with my rapier, preparing for a counterattack.
Okay. Explosia, Caleb, what are you doing?
The two brain cells in Explosive's mind suddenly snap, and they have an idea. Wait a minute, Jabba can't see. How are you? Explosia remembers our conversation from earlier. It would certainly be nice if I got possessed and got some hallucinations. And Explosia slowly turns to Jabba. Looks over to Caleb like, do you remember?
Caleb goes the other side of Jabba. So about to bat. Here, just out of range of Sword Stick.
Yeah. So near, but not.
I'm pretty sure I
back to-
can't see anyone else.
No,
So-
you can see them. They all look
Oh.
monstrous.
Ooh.
Okay, Jabba, we're just going to help you real quick, okay?
And how are you
And
helping?
I will do defense.
And will casually just bop Jabba on the head with the shield. Not trying to kill, just trying to knock her unconscious and him unconscious. Is that
Is
possible?
there a parry?
There's a dodge. So there's two ways of doing it. You can use your weapon skill as a parry and then a re-attack, but you have to beat them to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
dodge
equaling won't
first,
do
and
it.
then if I...
So if you equal, they're going to
Uh,
still hit you. You've got to then beat.
Okay. I am just going to... Actually, maybe I should use the pepper spray.
Actually, yeah.
I'm the already
Range.
blind man.
Pepper spray screws up your noses, too. Like, it's bad even if you're blind.
It does, but it's mostly eyes.
Yeah, it's mostly eyes.
Which
So,
I
quick
don't
question.
have because they're gouged out.
Yeah.
It's
Call
not
of
just I'm blind. I don't have eyes in my eye sockets.
Call of Cthulhu rules. Is there a way to, like, safely knock somebody out?
If you knock them out, you knock them out. As in,
Okay. I just wanted to make sure before I, like, hit him and was like, oh, he's dead now.
4 hit points.
there's still 4 hit points.
Okay.
You're essentially using a club to knock with the like a bang. Half damage I'll allow.
Could I give advantage on this since I'm in the area?
Yeah. You can try to distract, like wave your monstrous arms around.
Doesn't actually? Yeah, I'll do that. I just do the do the macaroni. Pay attention to me.
Let's see. Should I just roll as a... Looks like
And
1d6?
yeah, 1d6 and more half. You can put in
Okay.
1d3 as well. Because that's also
So just
what
make
you
a
can
quick roll.
do. You get a hard
Okay.
success. Jabba, are you trying to parry and try to strike back at the monster attacking you?
I am parrying. I do not strike back. I fumble. Oh dear.
As your
There's a
cane
face
sword goes
imprint
flying,
on this.
and you get bopped on the head.
Okay. So... Just...
There's a D3 on your character sheet, if that's a...
Oh, okay. 3.
Jabba, you have 1 point of health left, and you're not like you're shaken quite a bit, but you can't see anything around you anymore.
Are you?
Explosives 10's like looks at the imprint of Jabba's face on her lid.
Caleb still
This
goes,
is like-
"Can I stop doing this now?"
Is we not finisher move that stance? I'm just in the finisher stance.
Pretty
Finish him.
Pretty much.
Explosia goes in for the finisher. She tackles you in a hug.
Oh. And then rips your heart out.
Explosia is crying. At
Snaps
this
my back. My fragile bones.
point. Snaps your back. Explosia's finisher is actually lethal, ha. And like,
All right, well, now I have 1 hit point and a sword.
Explosia is sobbing, like,
I'm so sorry. You were acting really weird, and I didn't know what to do. And I'm so
I
sorry.
can finally see.
Oh.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of this awful place, and then we can go report back and complete our mission in a first investigation. Ender's got so much business. My gosh.
Ender, what are you doing?
Guys, but there's still. I want to proceed forward to.
Leave it. That's the police's job.
Aren't you the detective?
I'm not actually a detective. I just have money.
That's a superpower.
Money doesn't deal with this.
Okay, and we're just gonna go.
Yep, let's just go. Let's get out of here. It's a smart thing to do, I think.
Well,
We found a dead body.
That's the
Let's tell the
Anders
police.
action of going, you're in combat.
okay.
We're still in combat.
You're in combat. There's an initiative order here. So, Ender, you can
Goodbye.
get to the dry wall.
Yep.
Essentially there, yes. And then what happens is this. The body moves
Oh, lovely.
and strikes at... Who's got the lowest? There's not Jabba. So between Explosia and Caleb, who's got
Who's
the
got the
lowest?
lowest? I do.
I think
That's
I have
not
a without
Jabba.
14.
Nope. I'm at 20.
I have
14.
12.
So it's Explosia.
Do it. Fuck me up.
I think Mr. Corbett doesn't care too much about Jabba in this current state of mind. Weak-willed, the works, and he strikes with his clawed fingernails at Explosia. You get a dodge to not get hit.
Okay, let's get that dodge out of there.
Okay, so we've been doing the equal is not enough. You need to try to beat to try to dodge, and he claws you for 6 damage. And just out of
Shit,
interest, can I get
Is there
a?
enough luck that I can spend to succeed?
You need to go a little bit higher. It's like that's
You
like
need-
a
You
12.
need 12.
Have you got 12?
Yes.
You can spend all of it.
I'm going to spend all the way down to 2 points left.
Yeah. So the claws come past and they slash at your clothing, just miss you. Can I get a
Could I
sandy
just...
from Explosion and Caleb? And yes, what we
Could
say?
it actually... Could it hit the cross that Explode's been pilfering?
Hits the cross and burns it as it flies off. Even the silver one is on fire as it flies off your body. So Sandy for Explosia, you pass, and Mr. Producer, you pass. You still take 2 points of damage, 2 points of sanity damage, and you're facing the other way. You're running. Jabber Snatch.
Yep.
You don't see the body move, so you don't have to face this. It's only if you see the body move. Initiative. Top of the initiative is Jabber Snatch.
I snap out of my stupor.
Mhm.
What happened?
Run this way.
Run which way?
Explosia
know-
like gives you a tug and like points and like angles you in the direction of the crawl space.
So you can all act at
Well, I
once.
was gonna do my classic rolling a die to figure out which direction I run in.
Oh boy.
Mm.
Which is also why he
Do
wasn't
it.
attacked, because
And I will roll a d4 to run diagonally, as well as those are the only spaces I can run into.
yep.
Oh, 3!
Which direction?
Downward!
Okay.
How
Right into
far can
Corbett.
I move?
You move. You start moving, and there's a cold, like dead body, like almost like feels like a mannequin in a store. I'm sure that over the time you've like walked into mannequins in stores and things like that. That's what it feels like just like this heavy, nothing like body in front of you. And skin
What's
leathery.
this?
I don't know. Are you going to
Alright,
try to lick it to try to determine what it is, or not advisable? Don't lick mannequins. It's really sick. It's wrong.
I'm gonna go do a Cthulhu mythos. Call out to Cthulhu and see what this creature is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You really are good with that.
Well, he's the only all week. He's the only one that's actually had Cthulhu mythos at anything more than like a 3, like a 4.
With good reason, apparently.
Well, yes, because Jabberstatch is totally a cultist in the Goblin game. So you start feeling, and you start with the eyes, and there's no eyes. There's just sunken skull, just like yourself.
Oh, there
and
we
the
are.
face is leathery,
recognize
like
this.
yourself. And just the teeth bare, and it just seems like an older version of yourself, which you are
A
feeling.
decayed version of myself.
A decayed version of yourself.
Me? And then it's that replay of that GIF where it's the man like looking at his hands.
Sanity roll, please.
It's me.
It's me.
You pass all the sanity rolls. You don't know if it is you or not, but it just feels familiar.
It feels like home.
What is
Alright,
everyone else
that's what
doing?
I don't know what else to do.
What is everyone else doing?
I'm running because I was told to run.
Caleb,
yeah.
you running?
Oh.
Yes,
Okay. So
I'm out of there.
the 3 of you run off.
Explosive shouts to you as you run away. Get ready to barricade it!
As
As Explosive grabs Jabba and like hoists him and starts running like this way,
But 22 is my future.
and like just starts dragging him along. And like Explosive wants Caleb or Ander to like block the crawl space at this point. Because
With
this thing
what?
was contained in here.
My rats are no longer here.
can I get an opposed strength check, please? So you're trying to grab Jabba Snatch as someone else, like another hand, grabs.
Okay.
As the
Oh
other.
gosh.
Yeah, the stats are insane. You don't want to see some of them. They're over
Yeah.
100.
Is there any way I can push that?
You can try pushing it. How are
Okay.
you going to try to push it? There's a cane sword on the ground. There's a baseball bat somewhere.
It's in my hand.
Let's see here. What can she do? I use credit rating to throw money at him.
Great,
Would have
throw
not
money
been
at Corbett. Gets beaten by 2.
He is naked. He does need a shopping spree.
You know what? It's
No,
funny.
but-
I want to do it. Explosia panics, and she's going to take the largest wad of cash she has, and I'm going to use throw to push my luck. It's only a 20.
Well,
But you know what? Let's do this.
Don't want to see this. I don't want to see
Ready?
this.
Let's go. Yeah! I'm gonna die.
so you push your luck. In this case, the ramifications don't go towards you. It goes towards Jabba Snatch, as another hand snaps onto the arm which you're trying to grab onto. So now one hand on each side, on each hand.
I put my hand up to Explosia. It's my destiny. Just run. Be free.
Grandpa, no! And Explosia dramatically throws out a hand like, no, Grandpa, I'll never forget you. As she continues walking backwards out of the crawl space.
Getting out of here. And so we'll leave it here and do a narrative of. So as the adventurers run, And I've got the... As the adventurers run, you don't hear any screaming. You don't hear anything really coming from the house, from the basement. You climb, you run yourself up the coal chute, and just escape because it's the nearest exit. Even though the rats are somewhere out there.
Oh yeah, I'm making up business cards right now.
I know. I think you're a bit more terrified than that.
He's never too terrified for money.
Yes. And you don't hear anything from Jabbersnatch. Jabbersnatch, you are embraced.
I see an eye. I see a great eye.
I see a great
Cthulhu
eye.
called to me.
Yes. Well, at least this version, or this cult at least, caused you. You report to the owner. I'm assuming you report this to the police, that there's a body in the basement. And you're taken to questioning, you talk to, and the next morning the police arrive to find a broken window upstairs. Some things that are like some disturbances, several broken doors and latches, but there's no body, there's no Jabbers, and the basement is empty.
Done.
And that's where we're going to finish our haunting. So, as a debrief, what do you think, guys?
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
3 people lived.
B.
Yep.
That's a win.
And I still have 49 sanity. So I didn't go insane yet.
I had all my insanity.
Actually, you did, because you realised what the blood walls were. You're the only one that had a permanent insanity.
Wait, the blood walls?
Who
the dolls.
No, the dolls.
I knew what the dolls were.
Yeah, you're the only one that had a permanent insanity. So it's not going down to 0. It's like it's less that. It's more of a case of getting something more long term. Like something.
Wait. 1, 2, 3. First one's Explosius. Second one is Mr. Producer. Third is Ander. Congratulations, you get back 1d3 sanity as Explosive proceeds to help you discuss this.
And that's over time.
And yes, over many, many years or months.
So, just a quick discussion of like this whole place is a trap. The whole place, like, there's a lot of condensed things. When you're playing a longer term, you have more luck. You'll have 3d6 luck at the start, but that's times 5. So you start with far more luck. We played this as just 3d6 because it's a one shot and it's like a really push thing. And we also added the whole, if you need something, you just spend a luck or burn a luck too, then, I just pull this out of my pocket. Yes, no one brought guns in this group. Every other group pulled a pistol. Pulled a
I don't think anyone
Guns.
has a license for a gun.
No, bad.
No one
Clearly,
turned on the lights.
the blind man should have had a gun.
Yeah.
Turns out it was actually a rifle. For the whole time.
No one turned on
goes
lights.
back into the trunk, pulls out several sticks of dynamite. We probably should have brought this.
Lights.
Light means you can see strange things. No.
Like no one even thought of looking for them or mention anything about it. That's why there's like a fuse box. You can turn on lights. But no.
I'm blind. They'd be pointless for me. Let's go find light.
Caleb had a really bad day. Got kicked out of the library.
Yes.
Yep.
Found and chose the wrong books, and succeeded in reading the books that was going to make him go crazy.
Yes.
And had a vision of a church. So he's going to have. Actually, this is roll d4. If it's even, I'll spend the rest of my life trying to find more about this church. But I won't.
Yeah. So there's a
It's
lot
odd.
of.
I just go nope, done. Nope.
You are paid handsomely by Explosia, an extra $10.
Ooh.
I will say this: at least you actually found Walter Corbett. Yesterday's show, they just ran. they got thrown out the window upstairs, and they just went, "No, that's it. No, sorry, no."
Oh, wow.
No.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, "Nope."
So, can we do epilogues real quick for each of the three
Yeah.
characters that survived?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Who wants to go first?
I want to hear Anders first. I want to see how much.
Mine is super easy. Ander, continuing his business of getting rid of the pests. And he's not really getting rid of them. He's getting paid to Pied Piper the pests from one location to another to continue making money.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
His true calling, the Pied Piper.
Yeah, let's see. On a credit rating, granted, this is always going to say I fail, but if it's really low, then I made a lot of money. If it's really high, I made no money. Oh,
You need at
Go
least
on.
0 or at least 1 in there.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It'll give you a syntax error if you don't.
Well,
57. Yeah.
amount of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can say that.
Make a comfortable living, probably.
Yeah.
So if you fought the rats, by the way, that's 2d6 damage.
Oh gosh. Andrew, you saved our lives.
Why do you think I went? You know what?
Yep.
Rats, giant things, barricade.
Yeah. It is. That's a 2d6 damage right there.
I had nothing to do. I had nothing to fight them really, other than just like go away.
I'm sorry that I was the only one who brought a weapon to this haunted house.
Weapons aren't going to do anything against 1,000 rats.
Red pulled out a Molotov cocktail,
Mm-hmm.
but that's after drinking the alcohol all session, all show. And they went, "Oh yeah."
I kind of tried to do that, but unfortunately, the technological advances of the 1920s have not yet reached a point of easy flammable explosives.
Yep.
Other than alcohol.
There was no smokers, no drinkers. It was a very clean party, actually.
Yeah, except for this crazy guy.
Well,
The crazy cultist guy who is praying to Cthulhu.
the crazy
Actually,
cultist
would it be
guy
Cthulhu?
who would be it's more cult, less
Yeah.
specifics, but you'll be taught spells. You'll be essentially used as the like a familiar, someone to do stuff during the day and be possessed, so Colbert can do stuff like when he needs to.
Wow.
It was all a ruse.
Oh my gosh, does Jabba live as a servant?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was a servant in the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I let everyone in there so that I could collect the bodies.
Ah.
For a servant, you did really poorly. We got out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So wait, were you a servant of this guy?
Technically of Demon Gorgon, but we'll just reflavor it as Cthulhu.
Okay.
So why not?
Caleb, do you want to go next?
After that day, I went, nope, and moved to New York. Well, it's completely insane. Open up a small little accounting office. Oh, yeah, no, we're in Boston, aren't we?
Boston.
Yeah, good. Yeah, moved to New York where it's completely insane. I don't have to deal with any of this stuff. But he still wakes up in the middle of the night screaming and that's seeing the eye from the church.
Pretty sure there's some Cthulhu campaigns to go through New York.
Oof.
Yes, there is.
That's
That's the point.
There's lots of them.
That's the point. Recurring character, everybody.
Hey!
Whoa.
Put
Ander?
that Cthulhu mythos or something.
You
Oh
got
no, I
yours?
already went. So now it's Explosia.
Yeah. Explosia, heartbroken by the loss of her grandfather, decides to go and create a proper grave for dear Jabba. She doesn't know exactly when he was born, but she knows pretty well where he died. So she does. It has that at least. And the life-size statue, no, the double-sized statue of Jabba stands at the center of the cemetery, looking out proudly over everybody, which is really ironic because it doesn't have eyes.
Hi, sorry about that. Internet almost made it to the end. So we'll do our outros and then we'll see if we can do a little bit of raid and pass on the love to everybody else, because we need to at least hear from everyone at the end. So hi everybody, we're back. A little bit of shuffling from Mr. Producer and a few people, but we'll do our outros, and at least we'll do a proper ending. And a proper thank you for everybody watching and everybody joining us. I really, really am loving Call of Cthulhu, even if it's just one shots like we've been having. Just loving. I did want to ask, what did other people think? Like, did people enjoy the system or not? Because that's also kind of a...
Yeah.
I had a blast, especially going in with this like intent that I was expecting Explosia to die.
Nope.
I enjoy the system. I have the books.
Yep. So,
I enjoyed it. Oh.
okay,
So you're gonna have to play more.
Mm.
This is just a tiny little taste. I need more of the crazy to actually see whether or not I can become a full cut or worshiper of Cthulhu.
The first taste free.
Don't do that. And speaking of being free, this is a free one-shot which you can get your hands on and play for your friends. It's the Quickstart rules for 7th edition, which give you the basis of the rules, and also gives you this scenario called The Haunting. It used to be called the Corbett House. It's been in many editions for the free one-shots as well. But yeah. But I like the rules. I like the simplicity of it. I did like the older rules without the levels of success. Call me old school, which I know. I mean, I liked the... there used to be like a graph of like comparison chart. I can't remember exactly what it was called. But it's like you roll a 60, like you roll a 60 out of such and such. I rolled this out of that, and then you compare the numbers. And it used to be how it worked. That was how I used to do things. But this was the first role-playing game I ever played, so. So we'll do our shout-outs. We'll start with Mr. Live Producer.
Okay, well, Mr. Producer, I stream a little bit on my Twitch channel, Mr. Live Producer. I also do video production and live streaming for combat sports. And you'll see me here every Thursday night with the... for a little bit with the Rusty Daggers, playing Caleb, the wizard accountant.
Okay. And Nick.
Hello, I'm Nick. I play Jabbersnatch, the blind old man, cultist Cthulhu. You can find me on FartSmart, where soon I will be posting all of the stuff I drew for Inktober. It was a lot. And some of it I didn't draw on the day it was supposed to be drawn, but you know what, I got there.
Well, it's all about at least putting in the effort, even if it's after the case.
Practice. That's what it is.
Typo.
Hello, everybody. I'm Typo. I've been playing Explosia Lulu. Oh gosh, I can't do the voice anymore. I hope you all had fun. If you'd like to see what Explosia Lulu looks like, I'll be posting her actual art in the the Goblin Discord channel and under the art gallery. It's the 1920s version of Explosia. I'm a big fan of it. It's got a little feather in the hat, so just like her actual token.
Yeah, like a flapper.
Yeah, Explosia was a party girl actually in this setting. Also, Karsh, do I have permissions to link something in the chat?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I'm going to be on a show in about 3 days. The exact date I'll say in a second, but I'm going to post a link right here. Check it out. I'm going to be playing a epic level sorcerer, and he's going to be talking like this. I'm going to be playing a very powerful sorcerer. And it's going to be interesting, I can tell you that much. Very different from Explosia.
That would be an awesome voice for a gnome.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry. Or a theatrical kobold who wants to be a dragon. No?
I believe the name that we decided to go with was Destroyer of 1,000 souls, corrupter of the hearts of man, the true god of this world, reincarnation of darkness itself, Lord Azazel. Yeah.
For short, Bob.
He has to be a kobold now. He absolutely has to be a kobold.
I was hoping they can say, some call me
The
Kennedy.
Kenneth.
but you
But you
the-
can call me Kenneth.
and that is the date, November 2nd, 2 p.m. EDT.
Awesome.
Nice.
And Arcade.
Yeah. So I'm RK Fox, or Fox, however you want to call me. Essentially, you will find me here Tuesdays. Ander is unfortunately still dead in the normal, non-alternate universe, and so I will be back to playing Ferret, and I got some other stuff coming up that I will send out on the Twitter, but it's been announced, so I gotta announce it.
Okay. So,
Yep.
my name is Karsh Goblin. This is the Goblin Cave, and we're back to our normal scheduling next week. We are going to do a normal, as in whatever that is on this channel. Yes, normal, yeah. So we're going to do our credits roll, and we're going to actually do a raid on trying to find Shihito. Shinhito, I can't pronounce, I'm sorry, who's just starting his run through of Call of Cthulhu, the video game, right at the very start. So we're going to pass across to there, and so stick around for that. I've played through it on the channel. It's a great game. It's really, really, really scary and perfect Cthulhu game, although a little bit short. So we'll do that as soon as we credits roll. So everyone, thank you, and bye. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the follows. It's been amazing, and it's great to put on these one-shot shows. We'll have more
Love
soon.
you all.
Mm.
Hey.